Hey, what's going on? If you're watching this, this is our very special first ever episode of That Conversational Podcast being recorded uh, visually as well as audibly. So we'll be going ahead and just kind of doing a bit of an odd intro to it just because this show never has a regular intro. This show is existing because of your support on Patreon, so thank you very much. That's patreon.com/thatnerdysite. And you're watching That Nerdy Site Presents, of course, That Conversational Podcast, where for a one-off episode, myself or one of the other nerdy hosts joins a special guest to go over a special subject that is near and dear to their hearts or is super cool and we want to talk about and showcase. And something that happened back in December is I saw a tweet from a very cool, awesome person who just so happens to share my first name. So I'm just going to go ahead and introduce him. Cam Hawkins, welcome to the show.
Yeah, glad to be here. I didn't know this was the first episode. I feel kind of honored that I'm on the very first episode of this.
Cool. First like visual episode. We do have like prior recorded audio episodes.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Yeah, no, there was one that I did with Ian Purcell about One Piece, and the other was about I think Logan talked about soccer, the Premier League, with a friend of his. I don't know. I don't like at the moment I found out it was about soccer. I was like, I don't care. Like if it's the World Cup, I'll pay attention. Other than that, don't really care.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So welcome for being our first guest. Now you are, of course, a podcast host yourself. You're also a streamer and a writer, and also a fiance. You told me right before we started that you're actually getting married later this year. So
yes.
Cross all the fingers. Like everything goes well. That we don't get put into like a total 100% lockdown again before that time comes up.
Yeah.
And even if they do, let me know. I'll come out, I'll wear a hazmat suit, and I'll marry the two of you.
I appreciate that.
Of course, you and I first met at an airport early in 2020 in the before times. And yeah. I got to meet you and your lovely fiance, and we shared a very, very, very early morning hangout together.
Yes. We basically spent the night at the airport in Boston, and that was, it was great hanging out and chatting, but God, it was like time went by so slow.
Oh, yeah.
we were miserable.
The only place where time moves slowly, like actually on purpose slowly, is the 15 minutes before the end of class on a Friday.
Yep.
The DMV and airports. That's it. And only airports when you're trying to like kill time before like you have to go, like before you can like leave the airport. If you're trying to make a flight, time does not slow down for you whatsoever. Like it's one of these.
Oh weird... yeah, it's opposite. It's way faster. It's like, how's it already been 10 minutes? Like I've been here for like 2 seconds.
We had 20 minutes. I got a drink from the water fountain, and now it's time to board. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%. But you tweeted out something really interesting back in December, actually. And this was originally supposed to be planned for like as soon as I could get my PC up and running again, because heaven knows that was an odyssey that took almost a year for me to complete. But we made it. We're doing it. But you tweeted out, you're like, man, does anybody want to like do a podcast or like have an episode of a podcast where we rank the songs from the musical Hamilton?
Yes.
And I'm like, I think I just started a podcast where we do one-off shows about super cool subjects and bring on cool people to go over that subject with, and fits the criteria perfectly. So I reached out to you. We got the kind of beginning set up, and then, of course, it was the great delay. Now it's February, right before Valentine's Day. And man, oh man, am I excited because you threw a monkey wrench in on the last second for this whole situation. So we basically, after talking about it, rather than doing this one is going to be number one, this one's going to be number two, there's 43 songs in Hamilton.
Yeah.
Which would make it insane and way too long of a podcast to try to do that with. So rather than do that, we kind of settled on a tier a tiered out list, S class to D class, and it's at this point I kind of want to make a mention here. Even the D class Hamilton songs are minimum A class regular Broadway songs to us. So if your favorite song gets put at D tier, understand it's still a phenomenal song. It's part of an incredible production. But by no means does that mean we're like this is hard. This is hard because Cam said, "Hey, only 5 allowed in S tier," in which I winced and cringed because I had 8 in S tier, and I'm like, I gotta kill 3 of these babies, and it shifted things around a little bit than it would because if I'm gonna move these down to A tier, well then some of these lower A tiers don't qualify for A tier anymore, and so I kind of had to do a mix-up of my entire thing, but I think it's actually a better, my tier bracket now is now better than it was before when I had 8 in S tier. So I actually am happy about that. But for all those out there, we did send out a survey earlier today. I hate that it was on short notice, but timing, scheduling wise, this podcast was supposed to come out a month and a half ago. Apologies, but we sent out a survey. We had some people give us some feedback because we said, hey, this is a Cam only podcast, all right? This is for Cams only. There's no there's no Trevors allowed. There's no Alexes allowed. There's no all the Hamill Bros aren't allowed in this. This isn't a Hamill Bros podcast. This is a Cams only podcast. And yeah, so it's just us, but we do understand having an official Cam list isn't as fair as reaching out to people, letting people kind of do it themselves. And so we did get some feedback. And so to make the final list, we'll kind of be taking stock of where we place them, which of course will remain priority. And if it's like a tiebreaker, even if it's not a tiebreaker, we'll let you guys know what the community, what people out there put their voices next to about where things should go. So I'm stoked to get started. For anybody who doesn't know and you've just decided to come sit in 5 minutes into a podcast that you have no idea what's going on, Hamilton is a Broadway musical created by Lin-Manuel Miranda, and it was done based off of the life of Alexander Hamilton. And rather than doing traditional Broadway singing and songs, Lin-Manuel Miranda chose because originally the Hamilton was originally going to be a CD or a mixtape that he put together of rap versus 2 specific events that happened in Hamilton's life and about Hamilton. But that evolved into a full-blown musical, which really upended Broadway in a lot of ways. It kind of went counter to typical Broadway norms, having an open casting, which means anybody for any race, for any gender, could portray any one of these roles. Actually, I don't know if they did gender, but I wouldn't put it out if they did. I think
Yeah, they definitely did race.
Yeah, race for sure. Because if you watch now it's what's awesome is that it's available now on Disney Plus. So if you want to watch it, you can.
Way too many times.
I've watched it like 6 times.
I've watched it. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what I said on Trevor when I spoke to Trevor about it, but I'm pretty sure in the first week or maybe 2 weeks, I watched it 8 times already.
Yeah.
I was obsessed, and I still kind of am.
So I found out about, and I was going to ask you, okay, so when did you find out about Hamilton?
So I knew Hamilton was a thing, just I never really looked into it. And then last year, my fiance Celia was listening to it in the car, and I was just like, okay, this is good music, but I don't really have the context. You know what I mean? But when I found out that Hamilton was coming to Disney Plus and they filmed it and everything, I didn't, it was at that point, or a little bit earlier in that point, where I knew that Hamilton was a phenomenon. Hamilton was, a generational piece of entertainment, of art, that really can't be compared in musical theater. Probably the last I'm not a big theater person. I'm not a big
Yeah, it's
musical
fair.
person. I like musicals. I like theater, but I just like I don't want to try and like offend anyone who's very big into
No,
musicals. But from what it seems like from an outside perspective, the last musical, I don't know which came first, so I'm just going to say that both of them, like that I think that made as much of an impact to like just pop culture was like Rent or Cats. Like,
okay, fair.
I
That's
know
a
that like
fair
I
that's a
know
fair
that
assessment.
Wicked was big, but
Yeah.
I feel like just from other people I've conversed with and people that I do know that are like big into musicals, like I feel like they said like Rent was like the last time there was a musical that made such an impact to just the general society, if that makes sense.
It totally makes
Um,
sense. I would actually have to agree with you on that. I of course like I do have a small, very minor theater background. Like I have performed on stage, and like it's very. I'm part of I say select, but it's like not even that small of a population. But like I've been a paid stage actor before.
hmm
Um,
That's awesome.
Thanks. It was for a super small company. We did melodrama. It was a very fun time, but like that, it was never like my greatest passion. I kind of fell face forward into it because it
hmm
was originally going to be an excuse to do something fun with my friends, and then my friend and his wife, who were supposed to be in it, ended up having to bounce and like not be a part of it. So it
I
was a
see.
whole like it was a whole thing that I ended up getting like roped into, and ended up really enjoying my time with them. But from there, so I do have something of a theater quote unquote background. I wasn't a theater kid in school. Like I did some drama projects in school because it was
hmm
fun, but like I was not dedicated. I was not dedicated to anything. The thing I was dedicated out most with was being a burnout loser in high school. That's what I was. That occasionally did fun things. But so when I say I hear what you're saying, I do have massive criticism about Rent as like not as a production, but as like a storytelling. It's extremely Generation X focused, which means that it's filled with like a lot of like stuff that millennials and Gen Z people look back on and say like, really, dude, really, bro, cringe.
Okay.
Levels of stuff. So like, but for the cultural impact, 100%. In fact, I actually think the biggest thing I would compare that like I would compare Hamilton to is actually bigger than Rent. I don't know. Rent was like it's thing is because these things come around once in a generation, really.
hmm
Like Rent really hit when I was a teenager for a lot of people, and then moving on from there, I think Hamilton is the next one of that. But I would actually put Hamilton above Rent or Cats, and definitely put it
Oh
up
yeah,
in
I
the
would too.
yeah. I would put it up more so when I think of Hamilton's contemporaries in theater. I think of Les Miserables. I think of
Yeah.
and I think of Godspell, like one like the '70s, late '70s, early '80s version of this, which was we're
Yeah.
going to take the life of Jesus Christ and we're going to turn it into a rock opera.
hmm
And Godspell is fantastic. It's psychedelic because it's a product of like the late '70s of the disco era, and it's just absolutely phenomenal and wonderful, and every like people love it. But it's dated, like it's from the '70s. But it's cool. So but I also look back and they're like, okay, we're taking a like historical or something like pivotal to a core group of people. We're going to put a spin on it that's different. That's why I compare it to Godspell a lot. When I think of cultural impact, I see more that it did because it crossed boundaries the way Les Miserables did.
hmm
Where Les Miserables was in the '90s was enormous to the point where you say Les Mis and people know what you're talking about. You shorten the entire thing down to just 6 letters and people know what you're talking about inside and outside of theater. So
Yeah.
I found out about Hamilton. I found out about Hamilton, and this is such a pretentious thing for me to say, but because I'm like my younger brother was for a long period of time a professional opera singer.
hmm
Um, I have been adjacent to the theater community my for most of my life, and so when Hamilton got big in theater, that's when I became aware of it. And then watching people on Twitter freak out about it the first time was fun, and now the second time when it came out on Disney Plus, seeing people freak out about it, being like, Okay, yeah, guys, like, it's a thing. Like, I'm fully aware, but anytime I boot up the soundtrack, it's immediately draws me back in, takes me back to the moment where I first listened to it, and just hits me over the head with like how. Because the reality is that Hamilton itself is not quote unquote good rap. Um, it's not good hip hop. But what it does is it brings the the important touchstones of those music genres to a story that basically exposes itself as being very hip hop and rap like, and gives you a product that is very unique. Like, I would not put Hamilton as a soundtrack up against any of the great rap or hip hop soundtracks of any era, because I think that those soundtracks
I don't
come
think that,
from,
no, I
yeah, like
don't think
it.
they're comparable.
You can't compare it, because if this is the quote unquote the hip hop rap soundtrack of Hamilton's life, one, it contains multiple genres within hip hop, R&B, rap, classical theater performance with King George, and it's not fair to compare them to, and I blame people comparing them solely on theater kids, because of course theater kids would be the ones to be like, well, it's really good rap, and it's like, you white children, how dare it? Like, how dare you? Like, you privileged white children with your like $1,000 like summer workshops that you go to. How dare you call it good rap? No, I'm joking. Partially, like that did happen, and hearing like people be like, and it's really good rap music and hip hop, and it's like, no, but it's special, and in its own way, it is very like it is something very cool. If it got at least some like in my like the way that I view it is, if it got any kids who would never have looked at theater any other time in their life to look into it and fall in love with it, wonderful. That's what I love about it. I love that kids got taken for school field trips to go see performances of it, like, or shortened versions of it for during the day. Like, these performances didn't just happen at night on the weekend. It was all week long, and it ran with its original cast for an extraordinarily long period of time, which is wonderful. Like, it rarely happens. Usually after opening 3 months, the main leads leave. But for them to go from
Yeah,
workshop to like, I think they did it for 2 years. No, like a year and a half, maybe.
they did it for like, I want to say just under or over a year for most for like so I we actually looked into this during the podcast, but specifically God, how am I forgetting his name?
Lin Manuel
Uh
Miranda.
no. Uh Jonathan Groff.
Jonathan Groff. Yeah.
Jonathan Groff. He left very shortly after the beginning of the run because I think he got casted for that Netflix show.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to dip.
Mindhunter. Yeah.
Um, Mindhunter, yeah. So he dipped. But then he came back to record the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So he was already gone, and then he came back to record the movie, and then Lynn, Philippa, and Leslie left
Mm-hmm.
in July of 2016, and then after that, the rest of the cast shortly bowed out, like in the coming months after, and then I think by like the end of 2016, everyone was gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, but still, like that is a very like
Yeah.
impressive time.
It's a long run, especially considering most of those people were part of the original workshop that took place over the course of a year before they were on Broadway.
Yes.
Which is like, that's an insane long amount of time, but goddamn, it was worth it. We got this incredible musical out of it. So enough preface, um enough of the appetizer. Let's get into the actual meal here.
Sure, sure,
Let's
sure.
get to what people came here for. People didn't like listen. If you came here for the Cam on Cam podcast, you got that. You're gonna get that. But if you really want to get into the meat and potatoes of this podcast, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to go ahead and switch over the scene here. You're going to be hearing us, so you're not going to be necessarily seeing us um, over here. And yeah, Let me go ahead and get this set up here. So basically, we have here, we have the tier list as it's set up that you guys can all see. And give me one moment, actually. I think I need to. I'm gonna have to stop the recording real quick.
No problem.
Or at least now. Right. Sorry about that. Bit of a technical difficulty that I wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be a technical difficulty. So, like I was saying, we have the tier list here. Now, before we got started, Cam and I put together our own tier lists, as I mentioned at the beginning of the podcast. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be sharing with you all. We're kind of going to go song by song, and kind of look at. Actually, got to pull this up here and pull that away there, and make sure that it's not showing that. It's not. Okay, good. Because I actually have to. I'm like, oh, I need to pull up the actual song list. Okay, so I have the song list pulled up here. We have the tier list pulled up here. All right, so Cam, let's go ahead and start things off. Alexander Hamilton. On your list,
Yes.
Where did you put it?
I put it so we're already starting a little spicy. We're starting a little spicy already. I put it at B. I think it is a solid intro track. I'm not the biggest fan of it. When I start listening to Hamilton, when I first listen to it, I'm just like, okay, but I want to get to the better songs. It's a good intro, but I want to get to the better songs. Again, I think it's solid. I think it is a great intro for the show, but as just a one-off song, doesn't do much for me.
So you're saying you put it at a B, right?
Yes.
All right, I want to make sure this is still going. Okay, good. It's catching it live. Want to double check that. I have to make sure. This is the first time I've recorded this kind of stuff, so we want to make sure we get it right. So you put it at a B. Now here's the thing. I also put it at a B.
Okay. All right. Glad to hear it.
Yep, it is a solid B for me. I think that it is a wonderful intro. It gets you everything you need to know about, Alexander Hamilton is a relative unknown coming to New York. It is an immigrant story. It sets that up, and it's good, but it's not the top of the production. It's a great intro, does its job, not the top of the production. So
yeah.
I put it at a B. Now let's go ahead and take a look real quick here. When I look at the responses that we got here, let's see. So Alexander Hamilton, so 20% ranked it an S tier.
Wow.
20% ranked it an A tier. Go ahead. Sorry.
Keep going.
Okay. 60% though agreed with us. It's a B tier.
Oh, thank God. I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people would really would rank that a much higher. So I was just like, what the So that's good. That's I'm glad that everyone the majority's on the same page there. And I do want to say when you listen to Alexander Hamilton for the first time, especially in the movie, from just that first song that you're about to witness and experience something special.
Yeah.
It definitely feels that way. Especially when all the entire cast and performers get in a line and singing the song and everything like that. You just get chills. You're just like, oh, it's so good. So
it's a great opener, but it doesn't have any standout, really awesome solos. And it does, of course, in the visual production, they do kind of obscure Hamilton as he's moving around all the others. May very easily, I'm just gonna throw this out here. Lin-Manuel Miranda, you're a short king. Love you, respect you, but you're a short king. Love you, but let's be real. It was easy for you to hide behind everybody because you were so short. That's all I'm going to say about that from here. This is not a bit going forward. I just want to shout that out because when I saw that, I was like, man, I did not realize just how not tall Lin-Manuel Miranda is that he can sneak behind all these people. So just my own personal observation on that. I'll just throw it to you. Do you have anything to say about that? You want to defend him? You want to agree with me? What's going on? Your thoughts on Lin-Manuel Miranda's height? The height of a genius.
I mean, how well? Let's see. How tall? Hold on. How tall is he? Lin-Manuel.
Watch it be like
Like,
6'2". Watch it be like
he's
6'2" and me be
he's
an idiot.
5'9".
He's
He's
5'9".
above the average. He's not even. No. I had this argument with someone on Twitter before, like Twitter earlier. Like they're saying that like 5'8" is a short king. I'm like 5'8" is the average height of a human male. Like
Listen, man,
you are
like don't blame the guy. Like blame ladies in their Tinder profiles. Anything under 6 feet is short, man.
I know, but no, what's the saying? Like, you don't get to you do not get to claim yourself as a short king when you are 5'7", 5'8". When once you get to 5'5" and below, then then I'm like, okay, yeah, go off, king. But when you're the average height of a human male, when it's just like, no, you don't get to call yourself a short king at 5'8". You just don't.
All
So
right, all right.
Miranda, I just think like most of the cat when you think about it, um
Real quick,
most
do me a
of
favor.
the
Look up how tall. Look
Leslie
up how
Odom is.
Leslie Odom is. Yeah, look up how tall he is, and we'll be able to compare from there. Because if Leslie Odom is like 6'2" or whatever, like fine.
He's
If
5'7". He's
he's
5'7".
he's shorter than Lin-Manuel Miranda.
I think so, yeah.
Gosh, wow. If he's 5,
But
yeah, okay.
but here's the thing, if you think about the rest of the cast, I mean they're not significantly taller, but Daveed Diggs, actually I thought he was taller than he actually is. He's 6 foot. So I don't know if you
If he
and
did,
I thought he was
I feel like that guy's got to be at least 6'2", 6'3".
that's what I thought. I thought he was I'm 6'4", and I thought that
Yeah.
he was around my height when I was watching him on stage, but apparently not. But what I'm trying to say is I think that we got that kind of idea of that Lin-Manuel Miranda was shorter than he actually is, just because almost everyone else of at least of the men of the main cast are taller. They're significantly taller.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'm
So,
thinking of him next to Washington, and you
oh
have to
yeah,
cast
Christopher
Washington
Jackson
tall.
has to be tall.
Yeah, that dude has to be tall, because if he's not, you can't be Washington and not be the
He's
number one thing.
also 6 foot. What the
He's
hell?
only 6 foot. What? That's
Okay.
crazy. That's crazy.
Okay. Yeah, that's insane to me.
That's insane. George Washington was the first thing anybody ever said about George Washington when they describe him as tall. He was a tall dude.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't know. I feel like Christopher Jackson as George Washington just does have this sort of presence that no other character has.
But so does Daveed Diggs in a way that he does have, especially when he's Jefferson and he has that cane and his leg is sticking outwards, that you just you feel like he's taller. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not a podcast about the heights of the Hamilton cast, so we'll move on. But I was wrong. I was wrong. Lin-Manuel Miranda, you are not a short king. You're just a regular king. Appreciate you, brother. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next song. So next song is going to be, let me pull this up here. Let's see. It is Aaron Burser.
Yes. So we'll start with you this time, because
this time. Okay, where did I put Aaron Burser? Cool. I'll tell you where I put Aaron Burser. I put it exactly where Aaron Burser belongs, which is let me go ahead and double check here. Yeah, I put that at C tier. That's average. That's
really
low.
Okay.
Yeah, Aaron Burser is great. It establishes these two characters and what their relationship is going to be, but there are better instances of Aaron Burser throughout the rest of the musical. Aaron Burser, in the opening, not as impressive.
Honestly, okay, here's the thing. I had it at B.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a hot take. I thought a lot of people were going to place it higher.
Get ready for my C takes. My C tier takes are going to upset a lot of people.
But you kind of convinced me that Aaron Burser, there's so many better songs, and I don't know,
So you're saying where are you saying? Are you saying in your ranking you put it at a B?
I'm gonna shake hands with you at C. I'm
at C?
Cool
Okay.
with it being at C. Yeah.
Well, hold off on that though just yet, because don't forget we do have audience input here.
Okay.
And audience input, and this is the thing. This is wild, actually. This is pretty wild. I can't believe they put it up this high. 60% said Aaron Burser is an A tier song.
Really?
Yeah. 40% agree with you that it's B tier. Tell me where you're landing on it now after hearing that. 60% of the people who filled out the survey said Aaron Burser is an A tier, which blows my mind because that's a C. That's a solid C tier for me.
That's nutty to me. Hold on one sec. I'm kind of like listening to it. Like I've been listening to the track as we go along.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, just so I can kind of get some. It's I like. Here's the thing that I like about Aaron Burser though. Is like the vibe of like just like their conversation, like mixed in with the music. I think is one of the better songs in the show that do that.
The cadence of the cadence and rhythm of how they speak to each other, and also, going along with the drop of the beat. Yeah.
Yeah, and I also forgot that this part does have like the introduction of like Lawrence and Lafayette, and like I really like that part of the song. Especially so Lawrence, I'm John Lawrence in the place to be. I'm like, let's go, but I'm working on 3. I'm like, yes, let's go. You know, that part's great. Also, there will be a lot of like mediocre singing in this podcast.
100%.
So I'm gonna go B. I'm gonna go B.
You're gonna B. All right. So you're saying B. The audience said B. I understand when like that's where we're at. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it. Where are you at, Aaron Burser? You're right here. We're gonna put you at a solid B tier. All right, moving on from there, we have My Shot. Now, where did you put My Shot?
I think that, okay, so here's the thing. I feel like I don't even think like this is a feel. I think anyone that's into Hamilton can agree that My Shot is kind of like the poster boy of this musical. It's like the song that people like mention the most. But in all reality, I think this is like a B tier song.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's like a cool song from a like production standpoint, like how it's done in the show. It's a very long song. That is like I feel like that is a pro and a con with it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but like overall, like whenever I hear My Shot and it starts, I'm just like, I can skip to the next song. Like I'm fine.
Whoa, okay, man. All right. I rank that straight up S tier. Not C tier, sorry.
Really?
Don't want to panic.
S tier?
S tier. For me, My Shot is the proclamation of Hamilton's life. And it's his character. It is in the previous song, Aaron Burser, we understand that Burr's mantra, his whole personification that he puts out into the world is talk less, smile more. And here you have Lin-Manuel Hamilton take up join arms with this crew of people who share this mentality of, we're not here to smile and play nice. We're here to take our shot. We're here because we're not going to waste our time and waste our shot doing the smile, like talk less, smile more. We're going to proclaim ourselves. We're going to go out. We're going to at the very end of Aaron Burser, when you get this introduction to the other members of Hamilton's crew, you get this is what I love about My Shot, is it takes it, even though Mulligan, William, Lafayette, all these people are not really big deals at all. Like, one of them's just a tailor's apprentice, the other's just some rich guy's kid, and another one is some noble from France who can barely speak English. And that's the introduction we're given to these people. But in this song, they put their stake down. They say, we are not going to throw away our shot. We're not going to waste our chance at making a name for ourselves and standing up for what we believe to be both right and the best course of action for this country. And that's where you get the idea of abolishing slavery. You get these very firm foundations of who these characters are. Lawrence being later on being somebody who takes up charge to lead the first all-black regiment made up of slaves who were promised their freedom, is tied to this moment where he talks about how he believes there's problems with slavery, when he himself is a beneficiary of slavery. He is a southern genteel kid going to school in New York City off the dime of his father's plantation. But he recognizes the privilege that he has is in deep contrast to the enslavement of his fellow man, and it causes this emotional turmoil within himself that is recognized in the prior song. Oh, I'm drinking because I'm a playboy, and now it's, no, I'm not just a playboy. I do have feelings. I do have like worth. I do have a way of saying like this is what needs to happen. You have Mulligan, who Mulligan is an incredible figure in American history that nobody talks about because he was a tailor's apprentice. But what they don't talk about in this in the musical is that in real life he was an Irish immigrant. He was an Irish Catholic immigrant from Ireland who was, and for understanding where Irish immigrants landed in the tiers of society, low rung, pretty low. Him being a tailor's apprentice was basically as best as he could ask for in life, and for him to say that he wants to do that, he believes he's worth more than that, is such a standing point. And of course, you know, the Busta Rhymes type figure of rap that Mulligan incorporates in this definitely feels at home with that. And then you get Lafayette, who is somebody who risked his fortune, his nobility, like his noble title and everything, in defiance of his king's order to come to America. And he barely speaks the language, but he gets caught up in the fervor and the belief about what America could represent. And they're all joined by Hamilton, who is himself this very wordy, nerdy writer who is like a bastard, illegitimate child of two Scottish immigrants to the Caribbean. And so you have this ragtag crew that's formed and really creates the foundation of who their characters are going to be for the rest of the musical. So for me, that's why it's an S tier song. I'm sorry if I got a bit I threw in so much verbiage there. My apologies, but I feel so strongly about this song.
No, I think what you're saying all rings true, but I think just also in outside of the narrative, just it's really repetitive. There are parts of the song that just feel like that they just don't need that are just long-winded.
Sure.
When are these colonies gonna it's just okay, yeah. We get it. Let's move on.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you.
I think the song is just a little too long. Especially when, in my opinion, the better character song, "Wait for It," is, in my opinion, not long enough.
I would agree with you. That "Wait for It" is certainly not long enough. "Wait for It" is fantastic.
Yeah, and so it's just one of those things where there's definitely a lot of foundation in what you're saying and the characterization. Sure. I agree, but
you don't think it's the best version of that?
General musical aspects of the song are just not great to me.
Sure.
And I'm cool with settling on an A, but well,
let's see where the audience landed on it. And I bring that up because the audience 60% agrees with me that it's an S tier. 20% agrees with you that it's a B tier. You said B tier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then 20% thinks it's A tier. Here's what I'm going to say. I think because, of course, your opinion, you're on this podcast, you're one of the cams on this podcast, your opinion is going to weigh heavier than even the 60% does. So I think we are going to have to split it at an A. I think that's fair. Splitting the difference here is, I think, the right move. So I am going to say
it's kind of hard because, here's the thing. Mm-hmm. I think this is a good way to do it. If S gets the majority, let's put it at S for now. Then when we get to the end, we will decide, the two of us, what makes the final five. And then
that's the thing, though. So we can load up S tier, but before we lock it at the end, we will narrow it down to 5. Okay.
Yeah, because that just because 6. I'm we do have this audience participation, and just because and you agree, one of us agrees. If both of us didn't agree, I think that's a different story. But if one of us agrees that it's S, and then the audience agrees, I think that's kind of a 2 out of 3. Hey, majority rules.
I see it more of out of a 2 out of 4, because I think that our vote counts for 2, and their votes count for 1. So,
because I do think that there's an argument that My Shot is an S tier song, but it's just for me personally. I think in an objective standpoint, I can see why My Shot is considered an S tier song.
Well, it's important to note this is a Cam on Cam podcast, so
sure. I just want the audience.
If your name's Cam, you are objectively have the best opinion.
Yeah.
Somebody else named Cam, so you're good.
I just think the kind of overtime, let's move what doesn't make S tier, that does make S tier, but doesn't make the top 5 down to A, is just a more fair balance between the audience and us, if that makes sense.
And that makes sense. And it's important for you to note that, like, we are only going to be slotting 5 songs in S tier. That wasn't just our personal list. That is the official list as well. It can only have 5 S tier songs because somebody out there has the opinion. I realized this when I was making the survey. Somebody out there has the opinion that every song is an S tier song, and like that's their opinion. That's fine. But like, we are making the hard decisions here. So I think you're right. Let's keep it at S tier now. We'll move it down if we decide it doesn't make the top 5. So I'm okay with that. Let's move on. Next up we have is The Story of Tonight, which in this tier bracket has been labeled. What was it labeled here? It was trying to remember what it was labeled here because it's not that. It's One Last Time. No, One Last Time is the is a different song. Sorry.
No, it's Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us.
Thank you. Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us. I'm trying to see where the heck it is on this thing.
So for those at home, the tier list for some reason does not have the original Story of Tonight that takes place after my shot, and it instead has Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us.
Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us. I found it. I'm gonna
the song that isn't in the soundtrack, but it is in the production. It's one song.
They've mixed it. They've mixed it up basically, which is fine. We just to clarify, Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us is The Story of Tonight, the original song.
Basically, yeah. Basically.
So I got I got to ask, where did you end up putting it?
Or
is it? Oh, sorry. It's actually my turn to go first. My apologies.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I put it at B tier. I think it's a lovely ballad. I think it's a very wonderful, heartfelt, message of camaraderie. But I don't think it elevates itself out of B tier to get onto that A tier level. Where are you at with it?
I put it at C. Because I personally like the reprise more. I think it's just more fun. I still think it's a great ballad, but when I think about, the songs we already talked about that I have at B tier, which is all of them so far, I just don't think it particularly stacks up.
That's fair.
That's fair to them. So I put it at C.
I think that's fair. You should know that 40% of the audience agrees with you.
Cool.
40% of our audience actually thinks it's A tier.
Interesting.
And 20% agrees with me. So I think we're going to, Tomorrow There Will Be More of Us is going to sit at a C tier.
All right.
Let's go ahead and move on to the Schuyler Sisters.
Oh boy, let's talk about the Schuyler Sisters. This song is S tier all day, baby.
Oh, for real?
I love the Schuyler Sisters. I said this on the podcast with Trevor. Whenever I get in the car, that's the first song I play. That's the first fucking song I play.
The Schuyler Sisters.
It's such a vibe. It's so good.
Oh, it's such a vibe. You're right. It is such a vibe.
Is it like an objectively great song for the musical? No, it is not. But it is a fucking bop. It slaps. It has this groove to it that I think just from a musical production standpoint, the instrumental standpoint, it's fantastic. I just love how much attitude it has. It's basically the bad bitch song of the musical.
You're right.
And I just love everything about it. I could just oh my gosh, I could just sing that song over and over and over again, and I just wouldn't get tired.
I wish you could see my face right now. Because I put it at D tier.
Listen to this. No, come on. What's more than going downtown and summoning it with the poor? Oh, it's so good.
It's really great, man. It's really great. But
are you kidding me? And then on the stage, on the stage, it's so good. It feels
it's really good on the stage.
It actually feels like that they're exploring New York and stuff. Oh, it's so good. Are you serious?
Here's why it's D tier for me. All right. once again, to reiterate, it's just because it's D tier doesn't mean it's like an A plus tier in any other theater tier list. All right.
Look around, look around. Oh,
So like,
no, dog.
so yeah, so like it's D tier for me because of a couple of things. One, I don't like the way they treat Peggy. They like Eliza.
Funny. Peggy's funny in it. What are you talking about?
She's hilarious in it. But like, so you have to understand, coming from where I'm coming from on this one, because I didn't see it until like years after I listened to the soundtrack over and over again. Peggy was I had no idea going into watching it for the first time that Peggy later plays Mrs. Reynolds.
Okay.
So I'm hearing this voice that comes up just like once at all. Like it's like just you know. And don't get me wrong, the rest of it's great. I love and like it's great, but for me, where it sits with the rest of it, if you just ask me, hey Cam, listen to this song, I'd be like, that song's awesome, it's badass, it's a bad bitch anthem for sure, love it. Where do I sit it with the rest of the musical and how it ties into?
No, dude, it's S tier. It's S tier. It's this, like, it's not even my favorite song in the musical, but like, it's the song I listen to the most because it's just it's so good. And like, and I also want to say, like, yeah, what you're saying about Peggy, like, first off, I think that it's funny, but like, also
because you've never been the fat ugly sibling, dude. That's why you've never been the fat ugly sibling. That's why. I grew up my entire life as the pet in my mind when I was listening to it for years. Peggy was the fat, the fat ugly sister, and as the fat younger brother, I hated that.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to like.
I got my baggage on it. I got my baggage on it.
I'm not going to say the way that you're interpreting Peggy is wrong.
It is wrong, actually. It is 100% wrong. Don't get me wrong.
But because that's how you interpret it. Like, it's subjective.
I interpreted that back in 2016. Like, that's different now.
The way I see Peggy is like, Peggy unfortunately just doesn't have a super important role in the overall story. So they're making her funny. Like, she's funny throughout her parts in the show. Like, and because like in Helpless, you know, when like Philippa's talking about how they write letters to each other nightly, like, you know, she comes home and Peggy has the letter and she's just like kind of dancing like, oh, he sent you a letter, like that type of thing.
That's great. Yeah.
It has, you know, she has such great personality, and
she does.
But also like, it's just one of those things, like, she's just like, hey, I don't want us to get in trouble. Like, there's always that sibling that's just like, you know, the one that's like,
I was not that sibling though. I was definitely the sibling that got into all the trouble. No, but like, I digress. Like, I have to. So where I'm coming from at is like, I got baggage from like 2016 with this song, man. Like, it's not fair where I'm placing it, and obviously so. And I'll like, this will put the nail in the coffin for it. As far as like from my perspective, for you, it's lifting up the last nail out of the coffin so that person can rise from the dead. I don't know how the reverse of that or the inverse of that analogy works, but this audience said Schuyler Sisters. 40% said S tier, 60% said A tier. So we got my deadweight D holding this song down. Now,
okay, well, here's the thing. After our conversation, does that like obviously, like, after that conversation, I'm not going to say like, you're not going to say like, oh, that's definitely an S tier song, but does it like?
No, I think it's an A tier song for sure. Then, my honestly, here's the thing. I put it down there, and I'll be honest, I forgot how much of a bad bitch anthem it was until you brought it up.
Like, if you if you just like take a listen to it real quick.
I'm listening to it right now. That's why.
It's so good.
I'm listening to it right now. That's why. Yeah.
And the flow is like so good. It's so good. Like when Leslie Odom goes up to Renee, and it's just it's so good.
I'm a trust fund baby. You can trust me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great.
By Thomas Paine. It's just like, oh, it's so good.
It's great. And you're right. Here's the thing. You're right. I was coming at it when I put together this tier list. I was like, Schuyler Sisters, that's a D tier for sure. Like, that got that Peggy stuff in there. It's like, whatever. Like, my stuff about it aside, like 100% aside, at the time I was putting the list together, D tier song in my mind. But listening to it again, I'm like,
Angelica.
Like this, like it's hot.
Come
This
on,
shit's
you
hot,
like
man.
it's like
It's
that
hot.
intro is so good. Angelica,
It is.
Peggy, Eliza. Oh, it's so
Skylar sisters, Mark. Yeah, no, you're
it's
right.
good.
I'm gonna go with the audience on this one. I'm gonna say let's put it A tier. How do you feel?
Okay. Here, entertain me this.
You want me to put it in S tier and then we'll decide later?
I want to make a deal with you.
Okay.
We'll put it at S tier. If we get past 6 songs at S tier, it's the first one to go
Okay.
into A.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm
It
okay with
hurts me
that.
because I know that's going to happen. But just for now, just give it to me.
For now, you can screenshot this. You can screenshot this and be like, look, for a moment, Skylar Sisters, S tier song. I was right. You can do that.
It's so good. I was like coming in. I was just like, this was the one song on my list that I was actually. There is another song that I put for S tier that I don't know if you will also have it at S tier. Especially because we each only got to select 5 from our like when we made our personal lists. But like, man, it hurts. It hurts so much. But yeah, no, I love Skylar Sisters. Again, like every time I get in the car, if I put on Hamilton, that is the first song I play. I like know the entirety of that song, down to the wire. I think I listened to that song more than any other song in 2020, because once Hamilton came out, I don't listen to a whole lot of music, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Despite having a musical background, from a musician standpoint.
Yeah.
But like, but man, I listened to that song.
The song slaps, man. The song slaps.
So
There's no denying it. There's not a song in this musical that doesn't slap.
Just from beginning to end, dude. From beginning to end, like right when it starts, it just doesn't stop. And even when it ends, you're just like, it's over? It was so good. Like, keep going.
All right. Let's move on.
Yeah, so,
I think we got it here. I love that you're so passionate about the Skylar Sisters. I did not expect that. I'll be honest. I didn't expect you to be so passionate about the Skylar Sisters.
It's all good. Yeah. But yeah, let's move on because I've been praising it too much.
It's okay, dude. You let me go on for my shot, so it's totally okay.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Gosh. Okay. So next one up is Farmer Refuted. Now this is of course the song where a very popular letter got spread around by a lot of Tories in the day, basically being like like this think about what the revolution would do. Aren't we all good boys and girls who love our king? Think about how much Jesus loves our king, or whatever. He was like a pastor too, which is why I brought that up. As a fellow, like as a reverend, it's like people who try to like apply politics or pull religion into politics always upsets me. So years ago when I read the letter from the farmer, the farmer's letter, I was pretty heated about it. But even like so, definitely feel strongly with Hamilton on this one. But I do have to say, like, where'd you put it?
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Oh, is it my turn to go first?
Yeah, because I just immediately went off about Skylar Sisters.
That's right. And I was like, oh, cringe. I'm gonna have to tell you that I put it in D tier.
I know when you said, I was just like, oh god, you put it low.
Yeah. No, so I put Farmer Refuted in D tier.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's just a solid D tier song.
It's a fun little song.
Like Hamilton gets to verbally beat somebody up, which is like, yeah, we want to see that. That's what we love.
Funny. It's funny.
It's funny.
Know? Like the little quip, are we in Jersey? Can I kill this guy? Like,
yeah, can I murder this guy because if we're in Jersey, then it's legal. Which is playing later. So Farmer Refuted, I definitely put it at D tier. You put it at D tier. Audience put it 40% said it was A tier, which boggles my mind.
What? Shut up.
Yeah, right. I know. I'm like, this is with the fear. We have like a portion of this audience who's gonna say every song's A tier or S tier. Which is fine, that's how they feel about it. But like, let's be real. Like, this is our list. This is gonna happen. Farmer
saying like this. It's just like S to D tier on a Hamilton scale. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, don't be comparing this to Rent or anything. 20% said B tier, and then 40% said C tier. Here's the thing.
Okay.
We both said D tier. It's going D tier. Yeah, it's not. It's going D tier. 100%.
Yeah.
Farmer Refuted is going D tier. I don't want to hear like. If you love this song, I get it. Like, he gets to verbally smack somebody down, it's cool. But like, You know, in comparison to the rest of this musical, like, give me a break. Let me see where did that Farm Refuted go? It's like hiding from me on this thing. Here you go.
I'm trying. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
It's D tier. First official entry to the D tier list. Let's go
Okay.
ahead and go next up. It's You'll Be Back. Now, this is the first introduction to King George. He is magnificent. End of Farm Refuted. It's a message from the king, a message from the king, and you expect some grand thing, and out comes classic, just like piano ballad, like rock ballad style, just gaudied up to the nines. The classic, spotted overcoat with the rounded crown, from the original portrait of King George III. We get Jonathan Groff as King George III, singing about how they might be rebelling now, but you'll be back. And it's this jilted lover rock ballad done, and by one of the premier male singers of Broadway. Tell me, where does it land for you?
S tier, baby.
S tier?
My favorite song in the musical.
Really? Okay, okay.
To this day, like the first time I watched it, I was like literally, because again, like I am classically trained. I'm a classically trained musician, like not in the singing. I don't want to sound snobby, but I'm a classically trained musician.
I told everybody here I was paid to be an actor. You can be as snobby as you want. It doesn't get snobbier.
Yeah, like throughout like college, I learned more about vocal training, vocal performance. Like, and here's the thing, like, I just think that like outside of Satisfied, I think You'll Be Back is the best like singing performance of the show. And like when I finished it, I legitimately was just like, that was incredible. Like that was so good. And I just, and it's funny. It's charming. Like, it's like, King George is my favorite character in the whole musical because he's just so funny. And I love everything about the song. Like, and again, like, it's one of those things, like, after I listen to Scholar Sisters, just because that's like a good, like, upbeat mood song, I'll just like sing You'll Be Back. And You'll Be Back is like, I don't, I wouldn't say I'm a very particularly good singer, but like I think You'll Be Back is actually one of the few songs where I think I could sing it relatively well. And I actually like practice just my vocal chops by singing that song because there's a lot of like range and diversity in that song.
There is, yeah, it's ton. If you were in the upper singing register from baritone to tenor, that covers the whole spectrum on it. So,
exactly. So, it's great.
You have
it's
it
my
in
favorite
S-tier?
song.
It's your favorite
song in
song?
the musical, and I give it an S tier.
Here's the thing: it was originally an S tier for me, but then you made me kill my babies.
Okay.
And it got moved down to A tier. But here's the thing, and this will be the deciding thing. You'll Be Back has, like, first off, who in the world, like, when we were talking about, like, earlier songs not being, like, top tier, somebody calling You'll Be Back 20% called it a C tier song. Like, get out of here. 20% said B.
Okay.
20% said A. 40% said S tier. So I think that puts it up there. I think it's
tier, baby.
It's S tier. Yes. You'll Be Back is going to be S tier for sure.
I don't have to beg this time.
I wouldn't want to make you beg. I love this song. It is the one song that even I know people who really don't like rap and hip hop because, sometimes you meet people who are more white than mayo. Like, you just meet these people in life. Or they just don't like the same things as you. It doesn't have to be a race thing. The person I'm talking to about, though, is more white than mayo, though. Love her to death. She's one of my dear friend's wives. Or one of my dear friend's wife. And she is a wonderful person, but she just cannot for the life of her get into hip hop or rap. So when we were all jonesing about Hamilton, it was just over her head. She was like, I like that you guys like it, but like I just don't understand what's great about it. Which is, it's fair. You're gonna have those outliers in anything, really, especially with something as big as Hamilton.
Yeah.
She's not one of those people who hates it because it's popular or whatever, like some people are. But she, like, to her claim, she thinks this is the without a doubt one of her favorite songs that she's heard from theater. And she's also not a big theater person on top of that. It does nothing would help to elevate Hamilton in her eyes, unfortunately.
Yeah, because here's the thing. There's some people that are just that just are looking for the more entertainment value and don't I don't want to say they don't think deeper as to the actual vocal performance that they're actually experiencing, because it's it's kind of a ballad in a sense. It's a lot more, it's a slower paced song. There's not much going on stage. It's literally just Jonathan Groff singing, but it's done so well, and it's so just funny that it and just well done that I don't know, I just love it so much, and I don't know, I just can't imagine someone thinking this song is bad.
No, and so to her credit, my friend's wife's credit, she loves this song. She loves King George as a character. She adores it. So even somebody who doesn't like Hamilton thinks You'll Be Back is a phenomenal song. On top of that, you have a literal Broadway sex god like Jonathan Groff up there, who this could be this is without a doubt a make or break performance for your musical. Because if the person up there is not magnetic in their charisma, in their ability to draw your eye and entertain you with just the smallest things, without that S-tier level performance, your Hamilton will not have a good King George. It will not have a good auspicious villain out in the rafters, so to speak. He's not very present in the musical.
Yeah.
But he is somebody, he is a beloved character from the musical because Jonathan Groff and his successors' performances have always been so magnetic in their ability to just draw people in. So, without a doubt, it deserves to be an S tier. Oh, and 40% of people said it's S tier. So, yeah, it's going S tier for sure.
Cool. Love to see it.
You love to see it. You love to see good things happen to good songs. So let's see. After that, it's Right Hand Man. We go straight into Revolutionary War from here. We get this is the song about the Battle of Brooklyn. It is a song about Washington's great military defeat in New York that kind of set the tone for what would be the beginning of the war. For the first year or two of the war, this is what would be the case. But you see these small victories, these small instances of brilliance coming from young people like Lafayette, Lawrence, and Hamilton. In particular, Hamilton makes sure that when they retreat, they take the cannons with them to prevent the British from capturing them. It's a brilliant stroke, and it puts him on Washington's map. And now this is also our introduction to the man of the musical. Mm-hmm. This is much like who he was in this musical is very much who he was to his contemporaries at the time. Whatever history has to say about him later on is one thing. At the time, no one was bigger in American, what people talked about. No one was a bigger American celebrity than this tall as fuck general who is tall, good looking, just intimidating, but also a Southern gentleman at his core.
Yeah.
And you see that because, man oh man, him walking on stage, his presence, his appearance as George Washington is so good. It's so incredible. When I say I can't believe that you told me the actor is 6 feet tall, because he fills those 6'7", whatever. I forgot how tall Washington actually was. But he fills those larger in life shoes incredibly well, and this entire thing is just so good. It's such a great foundation for this character in this song. Am I going first or are you going first for this?
You're going first.
I'm going first for this one. I put. Let me go ahead and. What's up here? I put Right Hand Man in A tier.
Agreed.
I originally had it in S tier, But this is one of those things I had to drop it down. I do think, like, to me, Right Hand Man is this, like, you get this bombastic, heavy, bass-ridden song that is just, it speaks to me on a very primal level.
It's so
And
good.
it's the beginning of the notions of, like, halfway through, or, like, yeah, 2/3 of the way through, we get the conversation between Aaron Burr trying to suck his way up into being in Washington's camp. And
Yeah.
then we see that he has actually called upon Hamilton to be part of his camp, to be his secretary. And massive, like, wonderful moment. And the very end, he declares Hamilton his right hand man, which is an awesome moment for Hamilton. Ends up setting up, like, the rest of the first act incredibly well, and sets up Washington as this figure who, for the young revolutionaries like Hamilton and Lafayette and Lawrence and a lot of these younger men who joined the cause, Washington was seen as a father to them. He was a father to his troops, which is really interesting because, like, Washington himself never had children of his own. He was, like, he found out that he was never going to be able, like, he realized early on in his marriage that he was never going to have kids of his own.
Mm-hmm.
He, to the point where the only reason you marry a young widower or a young widow as somebody from, like, a prestigious family like the Washington family, the only reason you do that is because basically you're saying she has, like, proven herself to be able to have kids. You're good to go. And the fact that they had a loving marriage and never produced children is, like, definitely puts the onus on him that it was his little buddies that couldn't be doing the swimming. And his siblings could do it, like his brothers all had kids. But, like, he never had any. So for him to have these these relationships with these young men who were coming up and seeing him as a father figure, this is ingrained in this song as he is an authority figure in this war and sets himself up as, but also at the same time, somebody he's like, I'm going to be honest with you, man. Like, things are not good right now. Like, we can barely hold this stuff together. Like, I need somebody who can help me put into words on a piece of paper a convincing argument to send us supplies and food and money and weapons in order to be able to fight this war, because we just had our asses kicked. And I love that moment of, like these are my problems, and then immediately Hamilton's like, I know somebody for that. I know somebody for this. I can do this. I can do that. Immediately he starts plugging the holes in the ship, and it sets up the dichotomy for their relationship going forward that I just love. So it's an A tier for sure for me. Whoever gave it a C tier, once again, you 20% person, like, you 20% people who are giving it a C tier, I don't understand.
Yeah, that. So for me, I
Yeah,
originally,
hit me with it.
like, when I first heard the song, like, it was probably, like, at a B tier for me. But like, in recently I've been listening to it more, and just, like, thinking about, like, because there are like certain aspects of the song I really like. Like, I really like the beginning of the song, like,
Mm-hmm.
especially on it, like, the from a production standpoint, it's all, like, blue and hollow, and just, like, the 32,000 troops in New York Harbor part. I'm just like, it's so haunting.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just, but just, and there's just, like, so many great aspects. Like, here comes a general, ladies
Ladies
and
and
gentlemen. It's,
gentlemen,
like, so good.
that
The moment
MC
you've been
we're
waiting
waiting
for.
for.
Yeah, it's so good. And yeah, and then there's just, like, and there's just, like, just so much, like, I feel like, story and character relations that they are able to go through in that one song, and just, like, also how the song ends again from a more from a visual, like, production standpoint, is just so cool. Just ending with him with his hat, sword raised up, the fucking choreographers, like slide behind him, and it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
oh man, what
Yeah,
a fucking track, so good.
so good.
So yeah, for A for me, A for me.
All right, so I just realized we're an hour in. We're only at the ninth song.
Yeah,
We'll be
we'll have
picking
to,
up.
like,
Yeah, we'll be picking up speed for some of these lower ranked ones real quick.
yeah,
I feel like, oh, we're giving every song its due. We don't got time for that. Like, we got work in the morning.
it's
Like,
time for that.
yeah, nobody got time for that. So number nine, number nine song on the on the soundtrack, A Winter's Ball. You're coming up first on this one.
Yes, a winner's ball. I think this is a fun little track. You know, I didn't. I think I like. Let me see really quick. I ranked this at C because I just thought it was a fun, funny track, and it's a good like transition piece into Helpless. So I had it at C.
I'm happy to tell you this is unanimous, not just between you and I,
Awesome.
but also the audience participation. Everybody ranked it a
It's
C.
just so much fun. Just
It's a
hey,
fun song. It's
hey,
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 hey.
hey. It's so good.
Makes reference to the fact that like Hamilton sleeps around. Um, you know, to the point where like Martha Washington calls her like her feral tomcat, like Alexander.
Yeah, just like
Yeah,
some like a fun little fact. Like
yeah.
that's true.
Like, yep, I get so much I'm so much into sex. I'm having so much sex that my boss's wife named her feral breeding cat after me. Like, says a lot. Says a lot about
Yeah.
like what you're known for. But it also sets up the dichotomy and like the very much differences between who he is now versus who he will be in 2 songs from now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see
Definitely.
here. Where are you? Winter's Ball. Where are you at? Where are you at? There you are. Winter's Ball, C tier. That's where we got it. All right, next up is Helpless. Eliza's.
That's you. Yeah, that's
That's
you.
me.
That's Eliza's
I
song
put
or her song.
Helpless at A tier. Um,
Agreed. Agreed. It's so good.
it's
It's
so
so
good.
good.
It's so
Like
good. Yeah.
it's one of those things like it's one of my favorite songs to sing, but and I like but it's not an S tier song. You know what I mean?
No.
Like it's so good. It's so good. There's
Yes,
so
it's
much
so
personality
yeah.
to it. It's great.
And it covers a very sweet side of a romance. You don't get the sexualized Alexander Hamilton in the song. You get a very earnest and like when he's confessing, he is like, I got nothing but my name, and that's not even worth much. But like I'm so
Mhm.
in love with you, I'll do whatever it takes to be with you. Those wonderful earnest moments I think make that song just so great, but it doesn't elevate it to that S tier. I agree. So we're gonna follow that up with, and by the way, 40% said A tier, 40% said S tier, and 20% said B tier. So
Wait,
pretty
can you
like
wait 40 40 20 you said?
yeah, 40, 40, 20.
Like for those that put out S tier, I don't blame you.
Don't
I
blame you at
don't
all.
blame you. But like, yeah, for
Because
me, I
that's a
had to
song
put that at A tier.
that's a song that's gonna speak to a lot of people in their heart.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So next up is Satisfied. Now, where'd you put Satisfied? This is of course
I mean,
the other side of the coin. This is Angelica. This is her relationship with Hamilton summarized into a single song. Highly sexual, very intense, erotic, kind of like romantic attraction between these two people. Um, but
yeah,
it also it tells you about who Angelica is. Is that like I like if it brings my sister happiness, I'll do anything for it, even giving up somebody who I'm in love with, who I have such compatibility with. And we already know she's the baddest bitch because we heard that in Skylar Sisters.
yeah, exactly.
So
I
where do
mean,
you sit with it?
I think anyone and their mother would say that this is an S tier song. Like this is from a production standpoint, from a vocal standpoint, from a musical standpoint. I think from a production standpoint, it is the most. It's like the most impressive um, song in the show with the whole like rewinding and everyone's literally like
Going
rewinding
backwards, yeah.
themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's insane and it's just yeah, that song is absolutely incredible. Um, like personally, like I wouldn't I think that there's an argument that it's like objectively the best song in the entire show.
Okay. I mean, I can
Yeah.
definitely understand that argument. I put it at A tier. This was originally an S tier for me, but I had to like some songs
Okay,
got put lower.
I'm okay. Okay.
Some songs got
I know that
lower.
we
Like
I know that we limited it to 5, but even then I'm just like what songs did you put above Satisfy? Because here's for me like we're not ranking in the tiers, you know. It's just like,
yeah,
oh, it's just this tier, we're moving on. But like for me,
yeah.
I just like for me, like it is even without the top 5 thing, I think it's a top 5 song of the show,
I
like from a subjective standpoint. So I'm just like, what could you possibly have
I
above
would
it? But like
I would call this
we'll
my
see.
number 6 song.
Okay,
So
okay,
it
okay,
is that high for me.
okay.
It is going to be S tier though because audience without a doubt like 80% said it's S tier. 20% agreed with me that it's A tier. So like 100%, like we're gonna lean on that. It goes S tier. Moving on to the next song here.
Right, incredible song.
Yep, incredible song. The Story of Tonight reprise. So this is of course the hey, after the wedding, everybody's drunk. All of a sudden, Aaron Burr shows up out of nowhere, and we get the introduction to Aaron Burr has a sweetheart. And then he breaks it to everybody that his sweetheart is the wife of a British general. Or officer. He says officer specifically. Yes. Like, not only is he, like, with a woman committing adultery, he is also, like, he is dancing dangerously on a knife's edge with this relationship, which is very unlike him. But he is, like, but he's also taking serious precautions about it, and it's mentioned before.
Yeah.
And it, once again, delves into the differences between Hamilton and Burr. I will never understand you is a line Hamilton says, because he can understand that if you are this in love with a woman, that you would be, you know, teetering on, like, enormous, like, the edge of, like, not just your life or your reputation, but also, like, risking parts of the revolution for this woman. Why you wouldn't be with her why you wouldn't just be with her. And it's a brilliant setup to the following song. And it's like, it's a very human moment for what has previously been a very unsympathetic Burr up to this point. Like, this is where I think Burr becomes more of a fleshed out character. Like, this is the beginning of that. Of course, the next song takes that to the next level. But looking at where I have it on my list, I have The Story of Tonight, reprise. I have it at, let me go ahead and take a look here. I believe I have it here at, I have it as a C tier.
Okay, I have it as a B tier. And C, because I said, like, C is where I put the first story of tonight / tomorrow there'll be more of us. I think it's a fun song. I think it's
great.
You know,
I just don't think it does enough. I think it's greatly overshadowed by the following song.
I think it's just from the narrative standpoint that I really like it. Just kind of getting that
exposition.
I don't know. It can be fun, and then it can be serious, and then it can be like fun again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's just like, you know, he just like tells them like she's married to a British officer, and it just like completely kills the mood for a second. Just like, oh shit, I'm so that's fucking rough, buddy. Yeah. So I just like, I think it's a really I think it's probably like the best transition song that is in the show, which is why I put it at B. So that's, you know, it's one of those things, like, I can see it at C, like, you know, but I put it at B.
So this is the thing, audience has it here. 40% said it's C, 60% says it's B. So,
oh wow,
I'm leaning into it. I would say, if that's like the audience perspective, like, it is that B minus C plus tier song that we would put there.
It's like it just made over, you know, the C.
Yeah, it just gets over the C there for that. So let me go ahead and look for it. I swear I had it here not like a second ago. I swear half this recording is going to be of me like passing the song over and over again. Here it is. So it's a B tier. We have it a B. So next up we have Wait For It. I'm this one, right? Or is it? Yeah, no, it's odd number, so it's you, I think.
It's me?
Yeah. Because wait, weren't you? Yeah, you're odd numbers. Sorry, I'm going by now based off odd numbers and even numbers, which won't work out once we finish Act 1, because my list restarts. But so Wait For It. Where do you have that?
S tier, baby.
Same.
S tier. That song is absolutely incredible. It just hits in a way that's just so powerful. And you know, it was just kind of like one of those things where me and Trevor were talking about. It's like, you know, are you like the show is very much like, hey, are you a Hamilton or are you a Aaron Burr?
Yeah.
And for me, like, I would consider myself as a person like more of a Hamilton, but like I kind of vibe in a tune to not all, but like some of the philosophy that Aaron Burr talks about and wait for it, and maybe part of it is just because like Leslie Odom Jr. is black, despite Aaron Burr not being black. It's just kind of like that
Yeah.
kind of connection I have with, oh, this is a black person on stage talking about like you know sometimes you just can't do the things that you want to do because there'll be consequences for it, or like it's not worth the risk, like that type of thing, because of the position that you're in, and things like that. So I can kind of
Yeah.
see, I just very much subscribe to that more than like some of the things that Hamilton, like I'm kind of like in that middle ground. I'm in
Yeah.
that middle ground there, where
I,
it's like in some instances, like yes, shoot your shot, but in some instances, like think about what you're doing here before you do it, because if you fuck up, like then that can bring a lot of consequences.
yeah.
So yeah, and I just think like from a vocal performance,
Mhm.
like Leslie Odom is absolutely incredible. Just and I think a big part of it as well is just like how that specific song is shot from a cinematic standpoint for the movie, that like it just gives you this sort of hit that just hits different, and it's very powerful, and you get like those good kind of chills that I just don't feel like any other song really gives you in the show.
I will say this. I don't think you're wrong about being in the middle of them, because I think that there are very few people who are solely Burr or Hamilton. I think that
Yeah,
Hamilton and Burr definitely, as far as if we want to talk about like a very further meta conversation about these two characters, they definitely represent the like I think everybody shares, like they're part of them is Burr, part of them is Hamilton, and it's kind of the balance of which.
yeah,
Um, because there are consequences to our actions, and being considerate of those consequences is not a bad thing. And you brought up a very important aspect of that within the reality of a portion of our population where, because of societal structure and systemic racism, people of color do have to sometimes, you know, talk less, smile more, which is fucked up. I don't like saying that, much less that, but that's the reality that we live in. We're
yeah.
trying to change it. We all have to try to change it in our personal lives. Um,
I agree
yeah.
to that, and I also think that there's just this sense of, just in general, that Burr has this level of, he's trying to justify like the way he feels about, like, I have a legacy to protect, like
Mm-hmm.
that type of thing, with my parents and things like that. But also, like, I feel like another part of him, just maybe by the way Leslie Odom acts and executes like the vocals, but it also feels like that he's jealous, like he wishes
He
that
is.
he
Yeah.
could, not specifically that Hamilton is thriving, but that like he literally has nothing, to lose. He is an immigrant. He literally is in this position where the work, like, what can happen if he says no? Like nothing, like, he's at the bottom. So what happens if he takes a risk and he loses? Like, he's just at the bottom again. But
It's
like
the yeah.
Aaron Burr is at this place where, like, he's not as high as he wants to be, but he doesn't want to risk losing the like social status that he does have.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. But it's also an interesting look at, and this is kind of an oxymoron, but it's the privilege of those who have nothing. Like,
Yeah,
if you have nothing, you have nothing left. Like, you have nothing to lose, so you can
yeah,
put anything you have into an effort, and chances are something like net positive is going to come from it. Um,
exactly.
and like that's definitely the situation of that, having a legacy, having a name that means something. He even says it in the Schuyler Sisters, "I'm a trust fund, baby. You can trust me." That trust fund is part of a continued legacy. This idea of inherited wealth.
Yes.
That is an interesting subject, especially in today, in modern times. But like that's a bigger conversation we don't have time for tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But yeah,
and
I think that it's great. I think you're right, 100%. And it's an S tier song. To the
yeah,
20% of people who said it was a C tier song, you're wrong.
that's insane. That is actual insanity.
The only way it
But
would have been worse is if anybody said it was a D tier song, and I would have just been like, "You are." I have to figure out a way to like exclude you from the rest of the survey because you are so
just
wrong.
Who are you so we can find you?
Like
No,
who
we
who
no no
who
no.
compromised this study? Uh,
Um,
yeah.
but I also want to say,
Mhm.
because I think this
Yeah,
is like one of the most important songs in the show. So I think like we can kind of be a little long winded on this one. That
for sure.
I also I just want to kind of like talk about, because we haven't really talked about it, because you've been bringing a lot of historical facts that even like that I didn't know about. But like another thing that's worth noting is that like Burr's relationship with Washington, because
Hmm.
Washington did not like Burr
Nope.
at all. Like they
Well,
don't
most people didn't
really
like Burr. Let's be fair. Most people historically have gone on record saying they really didn't like Burr. And the only reason Burr was not hung for treason is because Jefferson didn't want to be the first president to hang as vice president for treason.
Yeah, but even like before all of that,
Yeah, even before
like
that, he was still.
during the Revolutionary War, like Burr was like trying to get like in good graces with Washington, but Washington just like did not like him from go,
Mhm.
and so that's like another like just interesting aspect to bring into the context of the song as well.
Yeah, 100%. He's not a well liked person. He is very intelligent, but like here's the thing: he is a schemer. He is a schemer. He's a shifter. He or a shyster. He's trying to weasel his way into like a respectable position in society. And
He's very disingenuous on like the way he wants to get like become higher on the food chain.
yeah,
While Hamilton, despite him being at the bottom, like he
he's
is just
earnest.
100% himself. Like
Yeah.
whether people like him or not. But then we also kind of see that thing that that script flipped in the later half. Granted, like Hamilton does kind of develop like change into more of a straight up asshole later in the musical, but like the way he is in the beginning of the show, if he were in that position in Burr's position, he would still thrive. He
Hmm.
still would have thrived. But then when he got that taste of power, he got power hungry.
Yeah.
But that's for later.
Yeah, it's great. I 100% agree. Um, it's fine that we took this long on this song because I think it is one of the most pivotal songs. Like I consider it one of my favorite songs. It's actually the only song of the production that I was disappointed in the film. And it's because after I had this feeling about it, and after talking with Trevor about it on the podcast, if you want to go back and listen to my podcast, Trevor did this thing where he sat down with like a bunch of people to talk about Hamilton. You were one of
Yeah.
them. I was
Yep.
another, and we went over this. Probably about 15-minute conversation, basically being like my vision for that song that had been in my mind for years was impossible for them to like actually physically and like technologically impossible for them to recreate. There's no way what I had in my mind, the color balance alone of what I wanted for that scene can't exist on stage. So, or if it does, it won't work. So like that's how much I love this song because in my mind the production in my mind can never be done. I love this song so much. So for me, it's an S tier for that reason, like for numerous reasons. But um, just it's fine that we spent so much time with this song because it is that great of a song. And Leslie Odom Jr. is like so deserving of any award he wins in his life, if only for this song, not to mention his entire enormous catalog. He's a brilliant performer. Moving on, though, we do have to move along. I want to talk more about this song, but we got to move along. Stay alive. This is the big like stay alive
Yeah,
song.
yeah,
That's like
yeah.
yeah. Where does this? So it's
Um,
my turn now. I go first. Because it's an even number. Stay alive for me was I think I had that in I have that as B tier. I just think like a lot happens in it
really,
that's really good, but I feel like my feeling about it is the same feeling you have for My Shot. It's such a long-winded song, and it
Mhm.
goes over a lot of like important points of the musical, and
Okay.
it establishes a lot of things, but it doesn't have any problem that it has that reprise of the Story of Tonight had, which was it's overshadowed by the following song. Um, it is a like it is to me the definition of like a B tier song because it's great, but it doesn't crack that A tier. Right now, sitting at A tier alone is helpless. And I do not consider Stay Alive helpless level of good. Like, I see it on level with Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burser, but I personally don't see it as cracking that A tier. That's my feelings on it. How about you?
I have it at C.
You have it C? Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot of like narrative stuff that happens. There are some like I just think from a musical aspect, it's very kind of bland compared to the rest of the songs. It's very like there's no like real shift in tone, personality, like or not personality, but like genre, even like the key feels like I feel like
The
it doesn't
key, yeah,
change
100%.
much.
The key is not great in this song. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's it's not a bad song, in any case of the word, but I just think it's kind of like it's fine, like it's kind of that it's fine, but it has its moments, but it's fine.
The one big reason I put it up at a B tier is because it establishes that Washington won't give him command, and that it's really starting to grate
Yeah,
on him. Because otherwise, it's
yeah,
not really brought up. But I will say this is probably the most divisive that I've seen our survey come back as, because we have 20% says it's D tier, 20% says it's C tier, 20% says it's A tier, which I just don't agree, and 40% says it's B tier. I think actually your arguments for why it should be C tier stand a lot better than my arguments for why it's B tier. I would agree with you that it goes to C tier.
okay. I mean, I'm cool with it. Like, I would have been cool with it either way. Like, I can see why you think it's a B tier song, but when I think about like,
No, the moment
again,
you said the moment you said it doesn't really shift its key ever, that was 100% true, and definitely is like a silver bullet to me that keeps it.
Yeah, I just feel like it's like one of the lesser creative songs from a musical standpoint.
For sure, it's definitely done to move the plot along, which is definitely
Yeah,
against it. Like, it's not in its favor for that. Okay,
yeah.
where is, I swear, maybe doing this podcast right after I've been working and staring at a computer screen for 8 hours wasn't a good idea. Let's see here. Right hand man, that would be enough.
Next is 10 Dual Commandments.
Where do I have 10 dual commandments?
It's the 10 Dual
Oh,
Commandments.
10 dual commandments. Where did I? Well, no. I'm looking for Wait, where am I? What am I looking for? I'm looking for Stay Alive. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for
Oh,
Stay
Stay Alive.
Alive.
Okay. And then the next
Reprise.
song is 10 Dual
Yeah,
Commandments.
10 Dual Commandments. I'm looking for it on. I'm not wondering what song comes next in order. I'm wondering on this
Okay.
list, where, like on this chart, where it's supposed to be. And I'm like, where is it? Let's see, Stay Alive. It's right next to the Reprise. I'm such a dope. I'm such a dope. Okay. Moving on from Stay Alive, we get 10 Dual Commandments. Song is incredible. It sets up the idea of like there are so many stages to settle your grievances before you get to a duel, how it gets there. Hamilton can't be the one to challenge him to a duel because he was given a direct order not to. Lawrence doesn't have that order. He goes through with it. Hamilton's the second. They meet the general who I can't believe I forgot the general's name. He is the main, like one of the main antagonists in Assassin's Creed 3. Lee. General Lee.
Oh, Lee, General
Yeah,
Lee.
General Lee. So already don't like the guy from Assassin's Creed 3. On top of that, Lee was just like a really like historically was a real bitch.
Yeah.
To put it simply, a real bitch. Uh, because as soon as he loses, he blames it on everybody else. And it is literally like it's to the point where in Assassin's Creed 3 they could like realistically portray him sabotaging his own actual strategy to let the British win, because it was that much of a mess up that it would have been better if he had done it on purpose. And then he just ends up being a bitch and just like bitching about how Washington can't be left to his own devices, so indecisive. Anyway, then it has like the wonderful line of Lafayette, who's snatches from the jaws of defeat. Like he's able to get him a draw, even though it should have been an easy victory. So leads up to this duel, and man, is this song slap. But I want to know, where do you put it? Where do you have? Oh, it's you. Odd
It's
numbers.
my turn. Yeah. I have it at B. I
You
think
have it a
it's
B
a
tier?
solid. Yeah, I think it's like B is like my solid tier. Like I think it's solid tier. Like I honestly like what I really like the song from a musical aspect. And I think I mean it's a it's a song that is it's very relevant to the latter half of the show as well.
It sets up the rules
Um
for the when it comes up later. Yeah,
Exactly. It's a really important song for the sake of the musical, which is why I have it at B. If not, I probably would have it at C.
agreed.
Similar to Stay Alive. So, but I have it at B.
Yep. I also have it B. It was split 60-40. 60% thought it was A. You're wrong. It's a B. It's 40% agreed with us. And we were, of course, both of us agreed that it was B. So, next up is Meet Me Inside. Ooh, hot diggity dog. It's my least, like, my personal, on my own, like, personal level of being chastised by my father greatly. It is one of my least favorite songs. Because boy, oh boy, is it, like, does it have
Yeah.
trauma for me. But man, oh man, is it good. It's, of
Oh,
course,
okay.
General Washington's uh, going off on Hamilton for being an idiot, for, like, being part of this duel, that this duel even happened, that he didn't stop it. Has this great thing where he keeps calling Hamilton's son, which is a term of endearment. He's trying to say, like, you're like my son. And Hamilton snaps at him and says, like, I'm not your son. I don't have your name. You won't give me a command. Like, you suck.
Yeah.
And, like, I have it at a. Let me go ahead and take a gander here because I believe I have it at a. Let's see. I have it at a. Where did I put it? No. Oh, I have it at D tier.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's a great song, but it's like it's just, and it has like really
It,
good moments, but it's not a like, it's not above a D tier song at Hamilton. So
yeah, it's the second shortest, no, third shortest song in the entire musical, or fourth actually, fourth. Now I'm looking at it.
and there's
It's one of the
barely any
shortest songs in
music
the
in it.
musical. Barely, yeah. It's literally just them conversing. It's like one of the few parts of the song that isn't them singing. Again, like really like powerful for the sake of the musical, but like from a musical aspect, it's like there's little to none. Like
Yep.
it's probably objectively the worst song in the show.
I would say Farmer Refuted, I think, is the worst song in the show,
But
but
at least it's a song.
yeah, yeah, that's true. I know what actually, yeah. I mean, my D, we've been over my D. Well, no, there is one that I think is actually lower than Meet Me Inside that is not a song either. That we'll get to later. That I think on my list I have it as a D for a better reason. So next up is That Would Be Enough. This is the big reveal. Liza's pregnant. Washington hasn't been wanting to send Hamilton to the front lines because he doesn't want Hamilton to leave behind an orphan. And then the reality of Hamilton's life is put in front of him, where he realizes that, like, chances are they'll be poor for all their lives. And are you okay with that? Can you handle being a poor man's wife? And it's this beautiful love song between them. Where do you have it? Where do you have That Would Be Enough?
Also D tier.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just
I
one of those.
have
Wait, no, actually, I have it. Wait.
That Would Be Enough. It is.
Yeah. I have it at for some reason on C tier, but it's at D tier. It's D tier for me. It's one of those things like it's a again another short. Oh well, actually no, it's a longer song. It's just one of those
That
things
goes
for
against
me
it, in my
where
opinion.
yeah.
I had it at
It,
C.
it,
Audience for the majority had it at D tier, or at C
yeah.
tier actually. But I think
Oh, okay.
that for the sake, actually, I thought that was D tier, but they didn't have it D tier at all. Um, you originally had it at C tier. You actually feel it's a D tier. I think it's a C tier song.
Yeah.
Audience
So
thinks
it
it's a
goes.
C tier song.
It
You
goes,
feel okay
it goes
putting it at
C.
C tier? There's no
Yeah.
limit
Just
to
for
C
me.
tier. We can have as many C tier songs as we want.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is. I'm sorry for going through these so quickly. Like, we just do not have enough time. We're not even done with Act 1 yet. And we've been doing this for almost 2 hours. So, next up would be Guns and Ships. Now, this is the big song. Lafayette's reintroduction to the narrative. Like, Diggs is amazing in it. It's the can barely speak English, and now he's rapping the fastest rap in the entire musical. Um, it's even number, so it's on mine. I actually think that Guns and Ships is an S tier song.
Really?
Yep, it is such a awesome song for. Uh, it is the argument to Washington that he needs to bring his right hand man back. It is the reintroduction of Lafayette. It brings up the support. Like, where was Lafayette? Oh, he was getting help from the French. And he comes in and he has this incredible fast rap that just slaps so hard. He goes at it hard, and it leads up to like just such an awesome like moment for this character that we got introduced to. That is a setup for where we get to see the other characters in their Revolutionary War arc go. But he's the one that kicks it off. He kicks it off with an awesome kick-ass song that is just such a great moment in the musical. I think it's an S tier song. It's just a personal favorite of mine. So if I'm putting it at S tier. How about you? Where do you put Guns and Ships?
I have it at A tier.
You have an A tier.
I think there's like no doubt that like it's a great song, especially specifically for like Daveed Diggs and stuff like that. But I definitely don't think it's an S tier song. Like I would put Helpless in S tier before Guns and Ships. There's like a few other songs that like we haven't even come up to yet that like I would very much put as an S tier song over Guns and Ships. But I think it's a great song.
Here's the interesting thing that happened from the survey. 40% said it was an S tier. 20% said it was an A tier.
Okay.
40% said it was a C tier. They just skipped B. They just straight said it was a C tier song. The disrespect. Wow. The disrespect to Lafayette. Did you know Lafayette is after the French Revolution, when he was imprisoned, he was granted special privileges and almost actually was able to escape because of his American citizenship he got from the United States for his service to our country?
Wow.
Like, and you call his song a C-tier song? How dare you? How dare you, 40% of this audience? I digress. I think that it is. I think that it's an S-tier song, but would you agree with me? We can put it in S-tier, and then we'll move it down when the time comes.
I have to, just because you gave me the Schuyler sisters.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So,
I was going to bring it up. I was going to bring up that you owe me on that one, but
well, no, I owe you one, so yeah, we'll do it. But
it's definitely on the lower end of the S tier for me. It's just a dear personal favorite of mine. Let's see. Next up, History Has Its Eyes on You. Now, where do you have History Has Its Eyes on You?
I have it at B tier.
I have it at B tier. Okay. I have it at A tier. History Has Its Eyes on You is the song imparting the importance of how now that you've taken your place in this overall, like the narrative of the war as a commander, people like you have a responsibility that's more than just you and your family back home. You have these men who, like, when he gives that part of it where he says, "I led my men into a massacre," like, and talks about like his failure as a leader. It's this really deep human moment for Washington. I don't think it's his best one. I think that comes up later on. I consider it A tier, but let's take a look at what the audience gave it. Audience gave it History Has Its Eyes on You. 40% said A tier, 20% said S tier, 20% said C tier. Once again, this 20% of C tier is just upsetting me. Weird. And 20% said B tier. I think it's gonna take its place in. I mean, tell me how you feel about it. Like,
we don't have. Important.
I'm gonna be honest. We don't have enough songs in A tier right now.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of the songs that I personally have in A tier, we haven't gotten to yet.
That's fair.
Like the vast majority. Like right now, out of the songs that we have talked about on my personal list, only 3 of them have come up.
That's fair.
So that I think we're gonna get a lot of more A tier later. But History Has Eyes on You. It's just one of those things where it's just not a whole lot of music oriented part of it. Like if I were to I will watch this, but I won't listen to it in the car. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like unless I'm like I want to listen to this from top to bottom, sure. But if I'm just like kind of skipping through Hamilton songs, listening to my go-to tracks, it's not one of them. And I think because I think the visual aspects of it are super important. The acting part of it is really important, but when you just listen to it, it just doesn't have that oomph like it does when you watch the movie. So that's why I have it at B.
I think for all the reasons you said about it, that it doesn't have that in its song, but it has that in the acting. I felt that in the acting from before there was a movie. And so that's where I put it at A, because it's also a we have seen Washington struggle to gain victory throughout this entire production, and for him to take this moment of very sincere, not oh, I was right, you were wrong, or I'm giving you command now, don't complain about it. It imparts the importance and responsibility of that role that he was asking for, that he previously had been asking for out of his own his own need for glory in order to compensate for his lack of status before the war. He can only gain status through the war, and I felt like every time he asked for a command, it was never for, hey, I think I'm the best commander for this, let me out there so I can lead these men. It was, hey, I need to make a name for myself, and it comes up in Meet Me Inside. His intentions and his motivation to lead men is selfish. And in this moment, when he's being given command, Washington is imparting on him, this is
don't fuck it up.
Don't
fuck it up.
It's not even don't fuck it up. You can't fuck this up. If you do, you don't understand the ramifications that this will have if you fail your men. I still remember the men. But I also think that this,
but I also think that this is incorporated throughout the rest of the show. Not even just during the Revolutionary War. It's just hey, you wanted this shot to make something of yourself. This is your shot, and spoilers. He succeeds.
Yeah.
Until later, and because it's not just a one time. It's not a one time thing. Once you take this position, there's no going back, for better or worse, for the rest of your life. Not just this war, the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And that's just, because that's kind of the thing with Washington, is Washington's seen in more of a positive light, in history, because he fucked up at first, but then he unfucked things up during the Revolutionary War,
and he made as president,
and being the first president of the United States, despite not wanting to be. And actually being
offered a crown, it's important to note, Washington is not a 100% awesome dude for his entire life.
No,
he owned slaves. Not. He massacred Native Americans. He's like all presidents, he's a mixed bag of really awesome stuff and a lot of shitty stuff.
But from a general historic standpoint, I would say majority of people see him in a good light, not in a bad light.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. Sense. Yeah, it makes total sense. And so
and in this aspect, Hamilton's kind of the opposite. He gets his shot to do what he to get to this, level of power that he wants to be in, and then later he fucks it all up, and kind of the only reason why he isn't as poorly looked upon is because he was murdered. You know what I mean? He wasn't. It wasn't it wasn't something short. That. Yeah. His life was cut short. So it's just kind of this really interesting perspective. There's so much depth into what this song and what Washington giving Hamilton this power means. So I'm cool with it being an A. Let's put it on A. I'm sold. I'm sold.
A?
Give it
Nice.
Put on A.
All right. Moving on. Yorktown, the world turned upside down. Long song.
Dude,
long
easy
song.
A.
Easy
A.
Here's the thing. I see on my list, I had it at B. I don't like that I put it at B. I think it is an A tier song.
100% A tier. I remember the first time
I had it at A tier at my previous list. Okay, so I misplaced it.
I'm just when they win the war, I'm just chills, dude. Thinking about it right now, chills. Just the world turned upside down. Bam! So good. It's so good.
It is a wonderful. I think that's there's one more song two more songs. What comes next?
Three more songs.
Yep, nonstop. Okay, so 3 more songs in the act. Dude, it's an A tier solid for me. I definitely messed up when I put it in B tier on my tier list. Yes. I think that was a mistake. Not even a personal mistake that I rectify now. It's I think I misplaced it because on my first list I had it at A.
Yeah. And I think
Um,
that the thing that makes Yorktown so interesting is that like uh it just is very educational. I think it's a very educational song, like more than most songs, where it's just like, yeah, this is how they like because like the whole taking the bullets out of the gun to like basically stealth bayonet kill
mhm.
the British soldiers was like something that I learned in school, and so when they
Yeah,
like put that in the song, I'm like, that's really cool that they did that. I'm actually like really impressed. So just like
yeah.
that kind of attention to detail that the song has, and of course like the immigrants, we get the job done, like the kind of breaking
Such a
the
great
fourth
line.
wall, the kind
Such a
of
great line.
break. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where it's just like it's literally like in in the play, and then breaking the fourth wall with the V Diggs being black, and then Lin Manuel Miranda being Puerto Rican. Just like it's just like such a great like little like high five and recognition of like what America is, and
It's a
yeah,
real
it's a
power
great thing.
moment for people of color in that moment.
Yeah, it's really great.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, definitely A. But I'm curious to see what other people thought.
A tier was the consensus for 60% of the people. 20%
Okay,
said it was S tier, which is understandable. And then
okay.
this must be the same 20% that calls everything else C tier because they called this D tier.
What? This is
Did they
I
think D
can't.
tier meant like dick tier, like oh this is like the like big dick energy tier? Like because then yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise like no. The
Oh
hell is
gosh.
wrong with
Okay.
people, man? Oh geez, who did we send this out to? Oh, some real people came into the survey, and just like I'm gonna go ahead and mess with your foundations of how you view this musical. Okay, so next up is coincidentally what comes next. This is a the second song from Jonathan Groff as King George III. It's him saying, "Okay, well, what comes next? Like you won the war. Now what are you going to do? Like, are you going to crown a new king? Like, what's your deal? Like, what are you going to do?" And it sets up like you're going to fail. Like it's this very bitter song, and I love it. It's a total like
Yeah.
sassy bitch song,
It.
and I love it.
Yeah. It real. Yeah. I love it. It's an A tier song for. Oh, it's your turn
It's my
for
turn.
this one technically. Yeah.
No, it's odd, so it is yours.
Oh, it is. It is on.
It's odd, yeah.
Oh, it is odd. It is odd. Yeah, this is an A tier song for me, man.
It's your song.
I like again. Like I think that it's just more King George. It's one of those things like oh, just like the I'm so blue, and then he like stomps and it changes the. It's just
Like
like
to
it
blue,
just has
yeah.
so much personality. And I just like how like Jonathan Groff walks off stage and he's
Hmm.
just like so like confused, but like kind of like disgusted that they like won the war, but he's also just like
You cheated on me
uh
with the French, you whore. Like that energy he
yeah,
has in it is so good.
yeah, but
Like
then
this
he's
was just
also
between
just
you and me. This was just between you and me. But now you've cheated on me with France, and now I have to deal with France and Spain. Like
yeah.
it's such a sassy bitch song, and I love it.
And it's all but it's also just like okay, you won, now what are you gonna like what are you gonna
So good,
do, like
so
where's
good.
like what like with what money, with what like resources are you going to somehow like you know continue this country you say you've made. It's
Yeah,
so great. I
so
love
good.
it.
It's great. I had it at B tier, but a lot of the audience had it at like 40% of the audience had it at A tier, so it's gonna go A tier.
Okay.
Next
Okay.
up is Dear Theodosia, one of my personal favorites. I adore
Love
this
this song.
song.
Love
Um,
the song. The song is actually tragic. The song is actually
it's
tragic.
incredibly tragic when you actually when you learn about actually what happened to like Burr's family. Like
Yeah.
he has this very difficult relationship, rather difficult relationship to have with his wife, because eventually
Yeah.
she does leave her British officer husband to be with him. And after the war, they settle down, and she dies after like giving birth to a daughter who is
Yep.
named Theodosia after her mother, who is given everything he can give her. Burr gives her everything he possibly can. Um, Sets her up with like a very like wonderful marriage. And people who don't know, she dies tragically in a pirate shipwreck off the coast of North Carolina.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and yeah, she
yeah,
yeah, yeah, it's just tragic because they're both talking about like how their building this country for them to then, take into their own hands and things like that. But then both of them outlived their children, and
Yep.
it's heartbreaking.
It is
But
like they don't touch on Theodosia. The reason I brought up Theodosia and not
yeah,
Alexander's son is because we learn later what
yeah,
happens to Alexander's son. We don't learn about
yeah,
what happens to Theodosia, but she does like his precious, like the most important person and most important thing in his life should have been fine, but dies in a point in this period of time that is such an odd thing. Her ship was wrecked, but it was a popular area for pirates, and this is the post War of 1812. No, it's pre-War of 1812. But it's in this period of time where there was piracy in North America at the time, especially along the Carolina coast. And her ship ran afoul of pirates and was sunk. And we don't know for sure that she died, but she's never reported as being rescued or anything. So if you fancy a fantastical telling, she maybe becomes a pirate herself. If you like, I've had that thought, like maybe that's what happened, but that's not reality. Reality is that she was probably killed, and her belongings stolen, and that's what pirates did. And it was it's sad. It's so sad, and to hear the song, we're going to build this for you, and then to see that altruism virtually disappear in later songs, when it becomes much more about the men themselves and their selfishness about the idea of governance, and power and authority, and how twisted it turns from these altruistic young lawyers to this. So I love the song, but let me see where I have it. I believe I have Dear Theodosia at an A tier. Cam, where do you have it?
Oh, I have it at A tier. I have it at A tier.
A tier.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think there's an argument for it being an S tier song, but for me, it just doesn't meet that for me.
I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. When I think of the tragedy behind this song, it elevates it to that level for me. However, it is 100% for on the average if we're being really not optimistic. I'm thinking of the word. I'm trying to think of objective. If we're being objective, it is an A tier song. It's a phenomenal song, but it is an A tier song. So next up is Nonstop, the final song of Act 1. The Man Was Nonstop talks about the prolific rise of Alexander Hamilton from relative unknown to tremendous icon of the Constitutional Convention. This brash young man who would later become a key figure in our government, who made several arguments about both for and against the Constitution as it was being written during the time. Proposes his own form of government, which is wonderful because anybody who learns about the Constitutional Convention knows Alexander Hamilton boldly gets up before anybody else and presents a deeply flawed, very problematic government based off of the laws of natural man, and we don't need written laws and all this stuff. Very contrary to common sense on that, but it's a very wonderful moment when the guy says, "Who the hell is this?"
Yeah.
So good.
It's my turn, right?
Yeah, Nonstop. Yeah, it's your turn. Where'd you put it?
This is my last S tier pick.
Interesting. Okay.
I love Nonstop. It's a super long song. The title of the song is perfect because it keeps going. It changes genre. It changes the vibe. It changes everything, and it still all works. And it's from a production standpoint, it's very great. I love the part. I just love the part where it's just all of he's writing on the paper, and then everyone's around him how do you write you're running out of time. It's just it's just so good. How do you write every second you're alive, every second you're alive. It's so good. It's so good. And it just somehow it's able to go. It's somehow able to develop more story between like with Hamilton and a bunch of different characters. Like there's a section with Burr, there's a section with Eliza, there's a section with Washington. There's and then still just doing some more storytelling about like what happens after the war, like and everything that he was doing. And it like, man, I and like it's just such an impressive like piece of storytelling in a single song. It's basically like how you feel about my shot, but
Mhm.
like across like the entire musical and like a like more cast of characters and things like that. And it's just super fun to listen to. Again, and like just like the choreography is great. It has just so much personality across the board. Like there's a lot of humor in it as well. It just has everything. It just has everything for me.
It's great, man. I put it at an A.
Okay.
It was originally in my S tier, but I dropped it down to A.
Okay. That I mean that makes me still feel happy.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking at the audience perspective, 40% gave it an A, 20% gave it an S. I'm not going to even dignify talking what the other 40% give it
Oh my
because they're
god.
wrong.
Oh my
It's
god.
B and C. That same 20% of people coming at me hard saying, "No, it's a C tier. It's average." Yeah, get out of here. Um, I feel bad actually now that I've been dunking on that 20% people for a while. You this is your list. You submitted it to us. I respect it. Don't want to. I know. I need to stop dunking on them. It's thank you for submitting and being participating in this. It meant a lot to us. Thank you for sharing your opinion and really giving a different look to it. That being said, I consider it an A tier. When you look at it with the other ones, I think it does match up to S tier. Um, if you're up for it, I would say put it up in S tier, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
If you insist.
All right, let's take a look here. Next up, so now we're getting into. Do you need to take a break, or
A
do you just
what?
want to do you want to take a break real quick, or do you want to get through this? Because we can get through it real quick here.
I mean, if you're cool with editing out and taking a break really quick, I could use the restroom.
Yeah, for sure. Let me just go ahead and pause it. Don't worry about pausing your audio. Just let it keep
Sure.
going.
Sure.
But I'm
Sounds
going to
good.
pause the recording here. So we are going to go ahead and take a break. Hey, everybody. Um, I probably should have been swapping between the scenes more often. But anyway, especially since I thought for
Welcome.
some reason you people could see me. Um, yeah, so let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. But for you watching on YouTube or listening to the audio, it'll be like no time has passed at all. So. All right, we're back from break. For those of you who are watching and listening, it's like nothing happened at all. Um, but for us, the world is completely different than when we stopped. But not really, anyway. Moving on. Like, I'm setting that up like it's a big deal. I'm like, I don't have any follow through on it. That's probably a bad idea to be like making a big deal out of that. Let's go ahead and back over to our tier list. So,
We're at Act 2.
for Act 2, we're going to start off with What Did I Miss? Now, we're going to have to start burning through these pretty quickly because it's getting pretty late.
Yep.
So, my apologies. We probably won't be as long winded up at, like we were up at the top. But it's where we're going to be doing now. So, what did I miss? Where do you have it? So let me know where's it at for you.
It's definitely one of my it's a top 5 Hamilton song for me, but I have it at A tier because I think that there are songs that are objectively better.
I let me see. Where did I put it? What did I miss?
I
I
love it.
put
It's
it.
such a great opening number for the act.
I agree. I actually put it at B tier.
What?
Yeah, I put
Oh
it at B
my
tier.
god. Insane. Francis following us to revolution. There is no more status quo. But the sun comes up and the world still spins. It's so
Here's
good.
here's why. I had it originally my A tier. I brought it down because I thought I had too many A tiers. I'm okay putting it at
No.
A tier though. Like let's put it at A tier. We're gonna go ahead and put
Okay.
it at A tier.
Okay. Okay, cool.
So
It's
A
so
tier.
good.
So
It's
what
so
did I
good.
miss is going to A tier. Where are you? Watching on your side. Here you go. A tier, going straight up there. I think that it's definitely an A tier song. It's almost S tier for me. But for
Yeah,
some reason,
for
I was like,
sure.
I'm being objective about the second half. What I miss goes to B tier, and I regret that decision. Not like I did where I was like, oh, I mistakenly put it in B tier before, but it deserves to go in A tier. For me, this is 100% just like I regret the decision I made when I put it in B tier.
For me, it's like another Schuyler Sisters. It's
Yeah.
just it's a great song. like, is it like super imperative to the actual musical and the like narrative?
It is
No, it's the
actually. It
introduction.
is.
Well, it is. It's an introduction piece, but like
Yeah.
it's a But outside of that, that's just what it is. I'm not saying like that is not important, but
Mhm.
I just think that it's just more of a really great, like, fun song to introduce characters. You know what I mean?
Well, 100%, 100%. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Cabinet Battle number 1. This is the
Yeah, that's
rise of the Democratic Republicans versus the Federalists, the very divisions of our government that like. I love it because people are like, "Oh, things weren't as bad back then as they were today." When in reality, people were way worse to each other back then. Imagine if everybody talked and like acted like Donald Trump, and that's how people talked and acted like that back then. Like when you say that you can't vote for my political opponent because he's dead, um, you shouldn't vote for my political opponent because he has two sets of genitalia, a man's and a woman's. Like lines were crossed, incredulously
yeah.
in the early days of our republic, um, and it was all done quote unquote anonymously. When Hamilton owned a paper and Madison owned a paper, and the the newspapers that printed what, you could tell whose side they were on and who was pushing the stories. So there's that. I
I
will
think
say, yeah, go ahead.
Go on. I was gonna say, I think the most interesting part of this song, is, which I think is like an ongoing important topic that like people talked about like post watching the show and like looking more into the history of Hamilton, is how Hamilton, like the musical, perceives or tries to send the message very much that Hamilton was an abolitionist when he very much was not. It's just like, like where Lawrence
He
talked about, like, we wrote things about slavery, like, about
so
anti-slavery. And the thing is, like, he wasn't like for slavery, but he wasn't like an abolitionist.
No, he was
And
not.
I and
This is before abolitionists were a thing, because at the same time Jefferson was against slavery and wrote against slavery but owned slaves. This is a very hypocritical time where, and it's important to note, like at the time, Jefferson was seen as a revolutionary when it came to it. It's like, can you believe that somebody thinks people shouldn't own other people? Like
yeah, I don't
Jefferson,
know.
who owned slaves, doesn't want slavery to exist. But it's like there's a cut song in the mixtape where
Yes,
like in the Hamilton mixtape, which is a compendium piece to the musical itself, which is all the cut songs. Some of them are very raw, like very early on drafts that just never
yeah,
got put to completion. One of which is Cabinet Meeting Number 3, where they discuss
yes,
slavery and the founders' view on slavery. Which is This is at a time when people's thinking about slavery was starting to change, and why Hamilton owned slaves is because he inherited them from his wife. When she, like, part of her dowry when they got married was she came with some slaves, which was super typical for the time. And also, we have to make distinctions in history. Like, slavery is never good. Like, it's never been good. It's never been okay. It's never been really, like, we can't look back and be like, well, it was accepted back then. It should not have been. Owning other people is wrong, and it always will be wrong. Or claiming to own other people and then subjugating them to oppression in order to enforce that belief is wrong. Because no person truly ever owns another person. It's their enforcement of that through oppression. That being said, an important note to state is that when we think of slavery during the period of time of the founding of the country, it's very different from the chattel slavery that was ended with the Civil War. There's a big transition in slavery in America and how it changes with the invention of the cotton gin and the rise of these millions upon millions of slaves locked in slavery and plantations. Prior to the cotton gin, these massive plantations weren't actually like even realistic or feasible.
yeah,
It wasn't until the cotton gin was invented, which produced a cheap way to make cotton, so long as you had slaves picking the massive amounts of cotton. But it also has massive ramifications within the geography of the South and later famines that happened because of the way they abused the soil to get more cotton out of it. Like, there's a lot of things that go into it that, like, the cotton gin, like gun to my head, person in history I'd go back and kill is Eli Whitney before he made the cotton gin. Because of how much horror it would have saved from ever occurring. That being said, owning people is wrong. But Hamilton was not this plantation owner with these millions of hundreds of thousands of slaves.
No. Like the worst like muddiness in the history of Hamilton is that he might have bought slaves for Eliza's father or like something like to that degree. Like, granted, not okay, but
at all.
I just think that like with his jab at Jefferson about owning slaves and stuff like that just
was messed up because he owned slaves himself 100%.
It's just like you're not like granted, like Jefferson's situation is way worse. Like, he literally had plantations. But like, or like, in this, not plantations, but like he like had numerous slaves. He had sex with slaves. He had biracial children.
He had sex. Like, this is the weird thing, is that this is why Jefferson's actually worse. And it's going to sound like I'm defending him, but I'm not. Because Jefferson continued to own people and and was able to live with himself owning other people when he knew, because at the time, people permitted people having sex with their slaves because slaves were publicly seen and talked about as though they weren't people. And so it was like a whatever thing. You didn't talk about it because it was uncouth or whatever, but it was a generally accepted practice. Jefferson wrote against the slave trade in particular. During his presidency, ensured the end of the triangle slave trade of and the importation of slaves into America from Africa. And then you have he does a lot of things that are against slavery.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily altruistic. One, he purposefully passed he knew slavery was wrong, is the key thing. Yeah. But he continued to own slaves. The second thing is he engaged in a relationship with one of his slaves when she was a free woman in France. Convinced her while she was pregnant to come back to America where she would be enslaved again. And then made her his... I mean, here's the thing. His wife had been dead for a while at this point. He was not seeing anybody else. He took her for what is all intents and purposes his quote-unquote common law wife. But he did so having children in slavery, having children with her that would be in slavery. And then when they reached the age of majority, he successfully completed his promise that all of her children would, if they lived to the age of majority, would be freed. But he did things. But he also helped his children who were biracial, who could pass as white, to pass as white. Which means he knew that his children were not beasts, that they were smart enough, that they were well-trained craftsmen. He had all of his children trained, and he did everything he could to as an influential member of society, rather than making the substantial change that he should have, doing the things that he should have. He used covert manipulation and a way of passing his children off as though it was a good thing. And the reality is that he always saw his for all intents and purposes, concubine, and the children he had with her as lesser than himself. And so I have a lot of endurance towards Jefferson's work and his writings, but the reality is that he is worse than somebody than Madison and worse than somebody like Washington and all these others, because he knew the truth, which is that these are people just like you and I, but he still committed atrocious acts of owning another person, and he did nothing to fight. He did not do enough to fight against slavery to justify the actions that he took with the knowledge that he had. And as a man of science, who Jefferson was, that is his cardinal sin to me, and which is why I cannot, in good conscience. So, did Madison also own slaves? Yes. Was Jefferson worse? Yes, but not necessarily for the reason people think. And so I wanted to put that out there if we're talking about it. That being said, I love Daveed Diggs. Daveed Diggs can do no wrong, even as Jefferson. When he says, Sally, would you put my bag down over there? It's you know what? Normally I'd be really upset that they were this is being casually addressed, but okay. But Daveed Diggs did it, so he's coming at me like Prince, and I can't stop it. I can't help it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that, like, even on his deathbed, he refused to free his slaves too, which is
He was legally not able to because he owed so much money in debt. He needed to, like, he made the decision to, instead of freeing his slaves and keeping his his daughter, his surviving daughter, in debt, he chose not to free his slaves so that they could be used, like they're selling them could be used to pay off his enormous debt that he had. So it's even worse than he just didn't free his slaves. He deliberately made the choice in order to not have to belabor his daughter with debt, which is
well. I mean
which is
that's
worse.
that's a real tough pickle you put yourself into, dog.
Yeah, no, let me tell you, somebody who used to idolize Thomas Jefferson, learning what I learned about Thomas Jefferson, having like a philosophical discussion about was it worse that he knew, and the answer is yes. About Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, I like. There is so much about him that we venerate. I love that he was he was not a Christian. He was not a person who believed in Christ the Savior. He was very contrary. He was a man of science of his time, to the point where like he believed that women produced vapors and so they shouldn't be around men all the time. Women should be separated from men as often as possible because women produce vapors and it drives men mad. Men can't focus on science because women's vapors are distracting them. Like that was
Yeah,
a scientific belief at the time, which is why he believed it, even though it's full of shit. It's just misogynistic
yeah,
bullshit.
yeah,
But he didn't believe it because of like he didn't know better about that, but he knew better about slavery, and he knew better about the intelligence of people from Africa, and he knew better, and he still made the decisions he did, which is why I still say fuck him. Like,
yeah, definitely.
sorry, I did not mean this to be like the coming out of like my deep like split between how much I love Jefferson and how much I hate him as a historical figure. But there
He's
it is.
definitely an interesting like person to like,
He is a
you
contradictory
know.
person to his core. Like he is a
Yeah,
hypocritical, contradictory person, and it's like you did such amazing things, but at the same time you did such terrible things. And it's just like there's no like, and like I said at the beginning with Washington, like a president, people that our founders are a lot of good and a lot of bad, but we focus so much on the good for such a long time that the bad feels like ash in your mouth. When in reality they were people and they made mistakes and they made decisions based upon the information they had at times, and sometimes they made very, very wrong decisions based on the information that they had. They're people. They're not gods, they're not heroes, they're just people. Which is kind of the message of Hamilton as well. Is that Hamilton wasn't like a hero or a god, he was a dude who lived. So, anyway, sorry, we're way off track. We're way off subject. Gosh dang it, I was so good about staying on subject for this entire
second
time,
half.
like never moving off of the musical, and we just completely veered off course. My
It's
apologies.
so hard to on such a,
A long
you know,
podcast.
piece of like a piece of art that's just like so
Yeah,
has so many layers to it. You know, it's just really hard to do something like that.
and it would have been real easy for Lin-Manuel Miranda to like make Thomas Jefferson a villain, and he very much goes out of his way to portray him like quote unquote fairly. Maybe like everybody in this musical is being portrayed a lot nicer than they actually were in real life, especially
Yeah,
like Aaron Burr.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, so moving on to yeah.
But I think that's like another interesting factor of Burr is like, you know, there's like the idea of like one, he's the narrator, like
Mhm.
you know, the main narrator. I would like to think that the narration changes throughout the show.
It does, yeah.
Um, but like, you know, and it's also just kind of like that level of unreliable narration, like, you know,
Yeah.
the unreliable narrator, because history, like, you know, obviously there's like a certain level of history that we can figure out, but there's always like that stuff that you just don't know unless you were there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
All right, so moving on to the next one. Oh, so we're still on Cabinet Battle number one. I placed Cabinet Battle number one at. Let me pull this back up here. Um, I placed Cabinet Battle number one at. I put it at. Was it A tier? I put it A tier.
really,
Yeah.
I put it at C tier.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Cabinet Battle number one from the audience is kind of split between B and A tier. I think we can settle that at B tier then.
Sure.
The Cabinet Battle number one is That's Washington, and we know. Nope, that's Cabinet Battle number 1. Here we go. So we'll put it at B tier. Like I said, I love it because the back and forth is great. And then you have the end part, which is Hamilton just going off on Jefferson.
Yeah, I think they're just like, it's just like I like how it's kind of it kind of like breaks the fourth wall, where it's just like, we're here in New York City, and it's like Broadway's in New York City, and it's like you know, it's like the audience is actually partaking into the musical. So that's fun. I'm cool with it being at B.
All right, so next up is Take a Break, number 3.
Yeah, this is basically just Eliza, or Angelica comes home from London because she leaves for London, and Eliza and her want Hamilton to take a break and hang out with them, basically
upstate at their dad's place, and
yep,
like,
and he's like, I'm too busy,
and he's too busy, and then it's definitely laid out that like Angelica's ready to bone down. She's been reading way too into his letters, like reading a lot of messages here, and like she has this affection for him already that predates to the point of their meeting. This like hypersexualized like erotic attraction between the two of them. Which plays into it, and it's like like both Eliza and I will be there, and like there's not. It's interesting. There's not like there's this shades of like this is a perfect way for everybody to get for everybody we care about, the three of us, to get what we want, without causing any problems. And instead, he's like, I can't go. I have to work.
Yep. And I put this at D.
You put it at D tier? I put it, Take a Break. I also put it at D tier. Majority of people said they put it at, weirdly, A tier. I don't understand that.
What?
They put it at A tier. I don't understand.
Well, we both put it at D, so it's going at D.
It's going on D. Like, if there's no distinction between our two views of it, it's going at D. Did I actually switch screens? No, I didn't. It's just been us for a while. Sorry, my bad, everybody. Let me go ahead and switch back to this. Let's see here. Take a Break. We put it at D. Next up is a song I don't actually like to listen to very often. Because it just makes me so upset and so sad.
I think.
And it's
Say no to this.
Yeah, Say No to This. Which is also like, I didn't realize it until I was watching on TikTok. There's a comedian who brings up this really interesting point. At no point did Mrs. Reynolds say, "Hey, I want to have sex with you, Mr. Hamilton." But from the moment she walks in and says, "I need help," he goes, "You need help, huh?" And it's like, Say no to this. I'm like, she didn't ask you for this, dude. Which is not necessarily the thing. I just want to bring
up. No. If you listen to the song,
the song. I'm taking a bit out of the song's context to actually like.
Yeah, it's like things, she basically asks him to go back home with her, and then when they get there, she's straight up. It's just like, have your way with me.
Yeah, have sex with me. Yeah. I don't like it because, like, here's the thing. Don't like cheaters. I don't like cheaters.
The hero. It's the fall of the hero.
It's the fall of the hero. He makes a bad. It isn't just he makes a bad decision here. He continues to make bad decisions. In regards to this relationship.
So have you heard about the tale of Orpheus?
Yeah.
Where Pluto's just like he goes to the underworld looking for Eurydice, his one true love, and he's just like he meets Pluto and says like, if you like make it through the underworld, you will she will come back, like she died or something like that.
She died.
And
if you turn around and keep focused walking out of the underworld.
Yeah, if you turn around, she will forever be lost to you. It kind of is like that feeling where Hamilton turns around.
Yeah.
It feels like, he knows it's wrong, or like he knows that he just has that level of doubt inside of his mind that that he can.
The worst part is there's no post-nut clarity to this. Like he just keeps banging her to the point where he brings her into like his home and has sex with her in the same bed that he sleeps with his wife in.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like, it's not like the fall of a hero. Oh, he made a bad mistake and now he has to pay for it. It's he continued to make bad mistakes, and as we later learn, he was not ashamed of it.
Yeah.
Which, like, we learned at the very beginning. Martha Washington named her feral tomcat Alexander for a reason.
Yeah. And it's yeah, it's one of those. Oh, it's one of those things where I think that I think that. Hold on one second. Sorry, I have to hold my dog because Sally's cooking something in the stove and she got away from me. But like it's one of those situations where when I first heard this song, like when I first listened to the song the first few times I listened to the song, I was just like, this is 100% my least favorite song on the show because it has this vibe that no other song in the show has.
Yep.
It just feels wrong.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because it's basically an R. Kelly song.
I mean, I don't want to like R. Kelly's a terrible person.
Horrible
but
person.
He has good music.
You don't make a documentary saying surviving a human being, like another human being, without them not being terrible. That being said, Ignition Remix. Like,
yes.
Like, yes. Do I listen to it? Because but I can't distinguish art from the artist. I have a problem with that. I can't do that. I've lost a lot of art that I've appreciated over the years, and I know that there are some things that I'll never be able to get into because certain people are associated with them. That being said, does it kill me? That Ignition Remix is one of the best songs ever made in human history. I can't listen to it.
For me, I would choose Bump and Grind over Ignition, but...
That's fair. Bump and Grind's great.
But, because that has, like, one of the best openings to a song. But what I'm saying is, like... But what I'm saying is, like, yeah, no, I agree. Like, I agree with you. We can all agree. R. Kelly's a terrible human being. Fuck him. Anyway.
And this song is extremely R. Kelly R&B. Like, this is the thing. This is one of the few songs that's, like, deeply R&B and not hip-hop and rap, which is why I think there's a contrast to it. But at the same time, I was so blown away that Peggy came back as Mrs. Reynolds, and I was blown away by the contrast of her performance.
So here's the thing.
So tell me where you're at with it, because it's an even song, so it's actually my turn. But go ahead, tell me where you're at.
Okay, I have it at B.
You have it B?
The reason why I have it at B is simply because Jasmine Jones' performance, singing vocals, is my favorite of the entire show.
She's so good.
I think her vocals, like, granted, she's not like a soprano like Renee is, but like her raspy, like low, sexy singing voice and say no, like, oh my gosh, it's just,
and
it's
also the choreography during that song is so like, there's been this erotic flirtation between Angelica and Alexander, and then there's been very cherished, sweet love between him and Eliza. We have never seen the feral tomcat in action on stage. We've just been told about him. This is when we're being shown, not told. This deep, sensual number where they are together and like.
But even part of that is like, it's kind of even more than that, because he's the like. I feel you see that feral tomcat. It's like he's the one that's like the dominatrix, but he's not. He's the submissive in this situation.
Yes,
He's like he is the one that's being dominated by Miss Mariah Reynolds, and it's just like, god damn, you know what I mean?
It's all part of a play. It's all part of a plot to extort money from him, and she knows what she's doing, and she's very, very good at it. She doesn't. And that's the thing. She never I made a joke about it earlier about, like, she never asked for it. She technically never asks for it, but what she implies in the song, the implication of what she's referring to, and what she's not saying you should have your way with me, or you need to have your way with me. It's we're like, in this moment of my delicate weakness, somebody could just take advantage of me. And it's very much this, like, it goes beyond the flirtation that he has with Angelica into a much darker place of they are both married people, and this is a deep level of infidelity that she is beckoning him into.
Here's the thing that's
but he
interesting about
leaps
that.
into it so hard that you can't even feel sorry for him.
It's kind of interesting that you say that, because like I never really like interpreted that with Mariah in the song, like, because she doesn't like ask for it or whatever. But then you could also argue that, you know, in the beginning of the song, like Aaron Burr's just like, I'll let Hamilton tell the story. You know, I'll let him tell what happens. So you could say that like this is how Hamilton interpreted it.
100%. Because as we learn later, Burr says, I'm going to let Hamilton tell it, because later we're told Hamilton told it to everybody. Because it's a Reynolds pamphlet. He put, like, we're basically reading the, like, do we need to hear somebody read the Reynolds pamphlet during that song later? No, because we watched it happen.
Yeah, but it's just more the it's just the interpretation.
That interpretation,
I think,
of it, yeah.
Of whether she actually wanted him to like have sex with her, or if it was something where she was just kind of baiting him. We really don't know.
And here's the thing,
it's kind of because you interpret it as like, oh, he was baiting him, and I was just seeing it as like, oh, she just straight up wanted them to fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think here's the thing: there's not a correct interpretation, because the historical document that we have in relation to it was written by only a single party.
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Yeah, exactly.
And it should be noted that it was also he published it in order to preserve his character, which is a weird way of doing it.
Which also like kind of implies, or should, like, at least for me,
imply that he's not being honest about it.
It's like no, that he is being honest.
That he is being honest. Okay.
Because you know, he thought the situation would he thought this would get him out of this sticky situation, but it was the opposite. So why would he lie? You know what I mean? He would have been just completely honest, like, hey, this is what happened, and this is the situation.
Yeah, but have you ever read the Reynolds pamphlet?
I haven't. No. Not in its entirety.
How do I put this? It paints Hamilton in a light that is borderline, like, he never describes himself as a sexual Adonis, but by the way that he like writes about it, the encounter is very, like, it's very salacious. It's not like, this is the situation of how it happened.
Oh, so like, it was okay. It wasn't a forthcoming like type of way of writing it. It was
salacious. It was very, like, he gave details, like things that, like, when you think about like Eliza's reaction, are made even better. Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, being with him being so detailed about it, it's just like one of those situations where, like, if I read that, I would be like, you know, for me, I'd just be like, if he got into the nitty gritty, I'd just be like, I don't think he's lying about this, because this is really specific.
Here's the thing, though, is that you also have to remember Hamilton's an incredible writer who knows how to write to different audiences. Yeah. He wrote almost all of the freaking
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Federalist Papers. No, but here's the, I think we're spending too much time on this song. I would love to spend more time on it, but we're already crushing 3 hours.
No, but I definitely think that there's a lot of interesting things about the song, and like, what's true, what's false. Again, like the whether the narrator can be reliable or not.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I actually think it's an A. I have it at A.
You give it an A?
I give it an A.
Wow. I mean, I'm not particularly opposed to it. But that's so.
I think it's a lower A. I think it's like an A-. But then I look at the audience. 40% said A, 20% said B, and then 40% said D. Which I get why people would say D to this, because I would love to say this is a D level song, D tier song, because of how it makes me feel inside. Like, it makes me like, I take no pleasure in this song. This song does not make me happy. It brings out feelings of anxiety and like frustration and anger at Hamilton.
Maybe I think that because of there's like that big drop in the 40% in D, maybe we could just settle on B
I think
because
we
I
could
feel
settle
like
it on
that's
B.
kind of like
That's where I was going.
the middle ground there.
That's where I was going with it. Is that like I think that does tilt it lower towards B.
Yeah.
That I feel better about that. Also, because like I said, this song doesn't make me feel happy, and I like it. I think it. Yeah, it's like it's rough. This is a. Not only is this song so different from everything else in the musical, music wise, being such an R&B song, versus hip hop or rap. Um, but it hurts, and it hurts even worse with an upcoming song later. But let's go ahead and move on to the next song, "The Room Where It Happens." This is the big turning point for Aaron Burr, where he goes from being yeah, like I'll wait for it, and all this stuff, to like this in my opinion is before we see where I think. Well, actually, let me think here. I think Alexander's turn from "I'm building this country for like my children" happens here, or no, it happens before this number. But this is where it happens for Aaron Burr. This is Aaron Burr's turn. This is his heel turn. This is where he decides he's going to do whatever it takes to win. He's going to be like
Yeah.
Hamilton, and
Yeah.
he's just going to go at it like this. And he switches parties because of this. Like we'll get into that in the next number. But "The Room Where It Happens" is, god damn, is that a good song? Like holy shit, it's a great song.
It's such a good song. Like honestly, I think that
Where I'm not even
I
listening
think
to it, but I
that
hear it in my head. It's so good.
oh yeah. I think it has incredible choreography. I think it's definitely one of the standout songs of the show. Like I honestly like it's not S tier on my personal list if like like leaving it to 5, but it is A plus plus dog. Like it is right
100%.
there. It's
I
amazing.
Yeah, "Room Where It Happened" for me is 100% an A level song. I think I put it. Oh wait, no, did I put it at B level? What did I miss?
Because
Ten Ten
yeah, just like I
Commandments.
definitely think that was like I think because Leslie
Oh,
Odom Jr. won the Emmy or the Tony Award for Best Actor, and I think that this was the song that like cemented that. I think this was the song that was just like, yeah, this guy is absolutely incredible as this character and as a performer on the stage, like
I did. So
just
this
incredible.
is the thing. I had so many songs in A. Some songs I had to drop down to B.
You
To
dropped the room where it happens to be.
listen, I didn't want to drop all my S tiers down, but I did it, and but like it created an imbalance. Like let's take a look at where we have our audience here. Our audience actually, whoa, okay, I was not expecting this. 60% said that it's a B song. 20% it's a C. 20% says it's an S song. What an
No
odd,
one,
like
no one even
what?
said it was. Wait, hold on.
Nobody said
Twenty
it was an
percent said
A.
A.
No,
No one
20%
said
said
it was an A.
S. 20% said S. 20% said C. 60% said B.
What? That's insanity.
It's pretty
No,
crazy.
fuck that. We're putting it at A, right? We both agree it goes at A.
I mean, I had it at B, but I would prefer it at A. So I'll say let's put it at
Yeah,
A.
yeah. Let's put it. Okay, okay, cool.
The
Oh
different
my god.
perspectives,
If
different
it was,
solos. Yeah, it works at A.
yeah, I feel like it's one of those songs where like if it's on any tier, like literally on any tier list, if that song, it's just one of those like I feel like common. Everyone can shake hand on that it is at the very least an A. Like I don't see how anyone could think it's anything lower than an A. I don't know.
It is. Here's the thing. It might be one of those songs that people play for themselves so often that they drop it lower.
I think that I
Like it
don't
wears
know. I mean,
itself out.
Skylar Sisters has been S since I've watched since I watched it back in July. So who knows? But
Yeah.
like, I think the room where it happens, like,
Hmm.
I think it is probably the most impressive, or like, I think it has the most stage presence from a choreography perspective for me.
I can see that. Yeah.
After Satisfied, I think After Satisfied is like the most like, wow, that was amazing. Like from a stage like theater tech perspective, like it's incredible.
Yeah. No, I really agree with you on that. Let's go ahead and move on to Skylar Defeated. I have this one ranked at a D tier. I just think that's a
Yep.
very
Agreed. Agreed.
a lot of people said it was C tier. I wouldn't even give it that. It tells an
No.
important. It's
No.
an important moment because it tells
The
the
audience
audience
that
what's
like.
happened. That Aaron Burr's a
Yeah.
bad guy now, but like it's a D
Yeah.
tier song.
Yep.
Next up is Cabinet Battle number 2. Now this is the one about the French Revolution and who they should go with, like who should they side with, if there's even a side to even take, which is Hamilton's argument that nobody's leading the country, there's nobody to make an alliance with, and the person who we signed a treaty
Mhm.
with is dead. And I think this is a example where we see that Hamilton has changed from
Yes.
the altruistic young man that he was to saying, why should we get involved in France? What's their freedom mean? Like all this stuff about how he has now become elite and upper crust to the point that even people like Jefferson hate how snobby he is.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is definitely the song that like shows that Hamilton is not the Hamilton we came to know and love in the first act. And Jefferson like calls him out like about Lafayette. Like,
Yeah.
what about Lafayette? Like
Which is
he
great
helped.
because he plays Lafayette in the first act.
I know, exactly.
Like, have you forgotten about me, man? Like, what's up?
Yeah, Galaxy Brain, dude.
So good.
Yeah, it's just like one of those things where, like he helped you. Why can't you help him now in his time of need? Like that type of perspective, and it's just like,
And boy
man,
did he need their help.
yeah,
Lafayette's an interesting character in history because he's torn between being an incredibly popular figure with the people, because he was very much like he was a noble, like he was a cousin to the King of France, but
hmm
like he's a marquis. But at the same time, he was he was an adventurer. He at the like being a teenager and already married, he ran off to go fight in a war in another country to fight for their freedom, and he came back with all these revolutionary ideas. And he's known for this like long epic romance with his wife, who he was arranged to marry and had been married since they were like 13, and like was the love of his life. They had a couple of kids. Like this whole thing about Lafayette's story and history, um, he sure needed help because trying to broker a peace between nobility and the people during the revolution was very difficult, and he didn't have a lot of allies in his corner. And so, and he made some he wasn't able to make the changes that he wanted to see happen, even during the revolution, that were like really revolutionary changes, like equal rights between men and women, which is something he believed in.
yeah,
Marquis Lafayette was like so galaxy brain ahead of his time when it came to like human rights.
hmm
Is insane.
yeah,
He was.
it's one of those situations where I think objectively, like they did the right thing, just because like they, like
Young nation not
like
able to do it. Yeah.
Washington's like they don't have a leader. The people are not leading; they're rioting. Things like that. But just us knowing Hamilton's story and knowing about Lafayette and what he did for, America, it just hurts. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's just like one of those like, this sucks, but this is like the best course of action. But you just think about that, like that one person, and it just like, yeah, you just got to kind of think bigger picture, and it's just a really like uh discomforting
Yeah.
part of the um musical, especially because you don't see Lafayette anymore,
No. Like.
so
Yeah. No.
it
I think you're 100% right. But it's also like it's a point that Hamilton, before he became Secretary of Treasury, before he became like this person in government, even as a lawyer, even when he was trying to put together the Constitution with everybody else at the convention, he 100% would have been like, well, Lafayette will know who's it. Like, there's all these things that he could have said, but at the time he said the political expedient thing to say and position for them to take. And even though it was the most politically savvy at the time, not taking a side, the person who we signed the treaty with is dead. There's nobody who's leading them. They're rioting, it's not a revolution, it's a riot. All this stuff. But the reality is that a young nation like America could have made a massive impact on the revolution, or the French Revolution, and actually made significant changes, and maybe even prevented the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. Is a
but
deep
also could
hypothetical.
have ended America. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
100%,
it's
yeah. It could have gone
so
either way, and so while it was probably the best decision historically, like looking at to make, it was a lot of saying we're not going to fulfill our promises, which unfortunately has become a trademark uh,
yep,
tactic of the United States
yep.
to this day. So maybe not the best precedent to set because every decision we make sets a precedent, and they made a decision that set a precedent. Moving on though, where do you? It's an odd song, I believe. So let's go ahead and take a look at the chart here. But I believe, yeah, it's a set number 7 on the second act. Where do you put it? Where
I
do you
put it
put
at
Captain?
C.
Put it at C. I
I definitely think
also put it at C.
yeah, I definitely think it's weaker than the first battle.
Ooh,
I
no,
do
I
think
actually
like
put it at B, but I actually agree that it's C more than B.
yeah,
Now,
I put it at C. Just well, I think they're both C, but I definitely think the second battle's like weaker than the first one. But I do think that like again, like the stuff with Lafayette, it's just like man, that sucks. That sucks, dog.
here's the thing: audience 80% said it was B. I originally had it at B, but I thought your argument of being like, yeah, it doesn't like this is where it's at makes it C. Do we
I mean,
shift it to B because of that? Because of the audience? I think this would be
I
a big audience
definitely
victory.
think I definitely think one is like a tier above two.
And where did we put? We know what we put one
We
on
put
B.
one on B. Yeah.
Yep, we have it at C. That's where it's going to stay. Sorry, audience.
Cool.
I know a lot of you thought it was B tier. 20% of you thought it was A tier. It's a C tier.
That's insane. That's insane to
Not
me.
insane. I think if they had said it was an S tier, it would be insane. Next up is Washington on Your Side. Ooh, what a
It
what a real
must be
nasty
nice.
song.
It must be nice.
Nice to have Washington on
Washington
your
on your side.
side.
It's a good song. It's solid. It's like I so this is the song where basically Jefferson, Burr, and Madison are just like you know, it must be nice, Hamilton, that Washington basically backs you up on everything, or you have Washington to like kind of hide behind because he's the president and he's just so like highly regarded, and there's nothing that we can really do about it. Um, and it's a really good song. I personally put it at B, but I
I do
think
too.
it's like B plus. I think it's like a really good B song.
This is almost unanimous. Only 20% of our audience thought it. They actually thought it was an S tier song. But
Wow,
80% thought it was a B as well. So this is borderline unanimous from everybody on the spectrum here
cool, cool.
that Washington on Your Side is a B tier song, B plus for sure. But yeah. Next up is One Last Time.
Oh God, like what a great song. So good, like such a gut wrenching song, and it's so good. Oh my gosh, just thinking about it right now, just like it's so incredible. It's definitely like it's such a creative song too because there's like parts of the song where it's
Taken from his
like
address.
Christopher Jackson is like singing Washington's farewell address,
Mm-hmm.
um, and he's like Hamilton comes in and to his office and he tells him that like Jefferson's like resigned and he's running for president because that's the only way he's really going to be able to get to do what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And like Hamilton's just like, oh, we're
Good
going
luck,
to fucking ruin
yeah.
him
Good luck
and
defeating you,
things like
sir.
that. Yeah, and he's
Something
just like, I'm now running for president
president.
again. And he was like, wait, what? And then
It's such a brilliant
he
moment.
and he's just explaining to him like, dog, I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. I've spent like the last like 15 years establishing this country, being the general of the American Revolution, like, and becoming the president of the United States, a job I didn't even really want to do.
I have been.
I
I like George Washington's infamous because in his into his 20s, the only thing he wanted to do was just be a farmer. He just wanted to farm.
Yeah.
He owned land. He had his like it's funny we call them plantations, but like I mentioned earlier, we're not even talking about the same kind of thing. But it was a plantation, Mount Vernon. If you go to it today, it's a pretty small estate. Like it has a lot of land to it, but most of it was not cultivated for for farming, but he just wanted to be a farmer. He just wanted to be a farmer and like
Yeah.
live at his house. And instead he always served his country, and he deliberately does this, and by doing this he sets a precedent that every president will follow for the next 100 and I think it's 160 plus years. Every president who finished a second term never ran for re-election. A lot of times it's because by the time of the end of your second term, you were really unpopular.
Yeah.
But it set a precedent that up until FDR, nobody ever took, because the question is, how can you consider yourself good enough to take a third term when Washington didn't?
But that's I mean I don't really I don't
I don't subscribe to that either. That's just what I was told as a kid growing up.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that at all. It's
Yeah, I
just like,
know.
yo, like literally, just like Washington. Yeah, you already said it, and like again, like he didn't want to be president,
No.
but he knew that he like no one else, like had the not really the qualifications, but no one else wanted to do it. Like, and he was
If
kind
he
of
was in the
shoved
picture, nobody wanted
into
it.
this position. Exactly, and so and like he is, granted, still like was a problematic person to a certain degree, owned slaves, but like he was a simple man that wanted to live a simple life
Yep.
his entire life. And at this point, he was like he was like in his 60s, like
He didn't. He
he was
didn't
just like,
survive much longer after this. It should be noted.
yeah, exactly. And he
He
was
didn't.
just
He
it's
didn't
just
make
like,
it. He did not make it to 1800. So
no. And it's just like, hey, I want to rest and live the rest of my days chilling. I've set the foundation. It is now your guys' turn, America's turn, to do what you guys find to be the best course of action. I'm out. And it's just like, uh, and yeah, it's just such a very powerful song, across the board, and it has so much depth and layer. And honestly, if we weren't like going on 3 hours of recording right now, I'm sure we could talk at least half an hour easy about everything that the song has to, message wise. But it's such an incredible song. I think it's like objectively one of the best songs of the show. I personally put it at A tier, like, and I think that it being any lower than that it's just insanity to me, because of just like the messaging for that song and what it means, and like all the numerous messages and the history behind it. It's just it's amazing.
I'll summarize my thoughts. I think you handle everything fantastically. You've summarized my thoughts a lot, but the only thing I'll say on that part is there's a passage in his in the song that relates to a Bible verse, and he says, like the scripture says, everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. They'll be safe in the nation we've made. I want to sit under my own vine and fig tree, a moment alone in the shade, at home in this nation we've made, one last time. I adore this song. It is one of my
Yeah,
favorite songs from the entire thing. I rarely end up not crying during it.
it's yeah.
The fact that for me this is S tier.
And I get it. Honestly, I get it. I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad if at the end of the day it was an S tier song.
Let's
You know,
I
like
like it doesn't.
like
Yeah,
if we didn't have a five, a five cap max on S, it would 100% be an S tier.
yeah.
100% for me. You know.
I look at it. I'm looking at the survey. 60% said S. 40% said A tier. It should be
Okay,
noted
that's good.
we did not hold the five S tier limit to the survey.
No, we did not.
Yeah,
No, we
so
did not.
I'm sure people are like, man, our audience has been saying a lot of S tier stuff lately, and but I will say that like this one is. There are two songs that make me cry. One song makes me cry every time I hear it, and we haven't gotten it to it yet. This song almost makes me
I
cry
feel like
every
I
time.
know which one it's gonna be,
Yep.
and that yeah, it's actually gonna be interesting when we get to that song. So
Okay.
we'll see.
I would say it's S tier.
Yeah, put on us.
We'll
You got
put
on
it. We'll
us,
put on S tier. Okay.
and we'll
Literally,
talk about
it's
it
on
after.
my chart. It's literally in the first spot on S tier.
Yeah, Skylar Sisters is number one.
Yeah,
It's on the front of mine.
this is my Skylar Sisters for sure.
Yeah.
Like I don't listen to it as much because it's not like it is a song that I listen to, and it is because there's so much weight from the performance. The performance when it reads 45 years of service to this country or to this nation, uh, you feel the 45 years of weight.
And I feel like
Gosh,
based off his farewell address, like maybe he like knew that his days were numbered. Maybe he knew that
ah,
yo, I got like a few years left, you know.
yeah, yes and no.
I don't know if there's like a historical like fact about that,
No, like he
but
died shortly afterwards, but he died because of medical incompetence by like 4 different doctors that he had. Um,
interesting.
he got pneumonia because and this is the thing. He got pneumonia because of his own rugged stupidity. He was draped in cold like wet clothes, and he decided that he wanted to have dinner before he got out of them. And after that, he got pneumonia. And the 4 doctors that he had all decided that the best course of action was bloodletting. So he died from complications between pneumonia and bloodletting.
Yeah, dang.
Like it's oh I forgot we weren't on the chart yet. Yeah, no, it's this is 100% a like he died because of like, how to put it, dumbassery. Like was his cause of
Stubbornness.
death? Stubborn, like being a stubborn old man and having incompetent medical people who basically agreed to let you do what you wanted to do, which was let blood out until you got better, and then dying because of you were letting like you have pneumonia, your body's not is not giving itself enough oxygen because of pneumonia, and then you let out the thing that's delivering oxygen to the rest of your body. Like he didn't know that. They didn't know that at the time. But like bloodletting does not help ever. Losing more of the thing that is vital for your survival is not good. When you have a water bottle and a hole's poked in it and all the water comes out and you're like, man, this water bottle's not holding any water anymore. It's a bad water bottle. It's a dead water bottle. That's what's happened. People are just, I don't know. It was a time. It was. It is a very sad. It's a very sad thing to think that this mighty human being that people revered so highly died because he was too stubborn and because doctors didn't know enough not to cut people open and bleed them out.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, so we put one last time up there. Let's go ahead and keep going. I Know Him, which is the final King George song. It is the song that is him talking about John Adams. People don't know this. John Adams once met King George after the Constitution was ratified. John Adams went and presented the British government with our Constitution and signed the treaties with them. And this is the only time that a American diplomat or official met King George III, who was notoriously private, rarely ever visited had anybody visit him, because he was also kind of there's a lot about King George we don't have time to go into. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. There's so much about he was an inbred crazy person. Um,
Yeah.
that being said, this is a song saying, "Oh, I know him. He's this short, frustrated person that I met," and then laughs at it and says they're gonna go through hell because of it. And I Know Him is fantastic. It's wonderful. It's sweet. I think it's the weakest of his numbers.
Oh, it's definitely the weakest. Yeah.
And I actually have it down at a C.
Uh, I have it at a B simply because it's more King George.
That's fair.
And I think that he's just, again, he's my favorite character of the whole show, and
The audience
it's
agrees with
just
you, so I think it's going to go up.
it's just really funny.
Yeah, it's because
John Adams.
he giggles and laughs on his way out. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's so good.
All right, let's take a look here. Hold on, 1 second. Where I'm looking at here, Right Hand Man. Where did we put Right Hand Man?
We put it at A.
I never moved it on the chart here. My bad. Sorry, it must have gotten an error. Must have happened. I don't think the rest of the songs. No, that's the only one that was from back then. Okay, just a bug. My bad. Yeah, we put that at A. So it would be. Here we go. Oh, it'd actually be up there. Next up, it is. Let's see here. So we put it at a. We put that at a B. Next up is the Adams administration. Where do you have
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Simply for its shortness, I think it's a little funny. It's a little funny song, but I have it at D.
You have it at D. I also no, I actually have it at a C. Um,
This is
audience,
the second shortest track in the show.
yeah, audience has it at an 80% for C and a 20% for B, which I just do not understand. The song is so short, I don't know how you would do it. I would actually say the argument about it being so short puts it at a D for me now. I love it because it has like they don't like nobody plays the role of John Adams. They just have this like weird voice do it because who wants to play John Adams? Which is sad, but also very true. Let me see here. So the Adams administration, we're going to put that at a D. Next,
go ahead.
I was going to say follow up. Do you want to say anything? Last words on it?
I was just like John Adams was going to be in the show, but then they cut him because they were just too many characters.
Which is fair. And if they're going to cut anybody, cut John Adams. There's some John Adams stands out there, but they're from Boston, so I don't care. Sorry, I'm the son of somebody from New York. Let's see. We know. Ooh, we know. Now, this is the song where Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and Aaron Burr let Hamilton know that they know what they know, which turns out isn't something that like was something they should know because it didn't happen. But they ended up finding out about something that basically they think that he's engaged in speculation and stolen government funds and embezzled money. And this is when when Hamilton pleads with Madison and Jefferson not to spread this news because it's false, and he has a way of proving it. But he also needs to explain, like, if they don't believe him, he has to explain why he had to make these payments to Mr. Reynolds.
So yeah, Hamilton basically admits to them that he has been unfaithful to Eliza, he was unfaithful to Eliza, had sex with Mr. Reynolds' wife, Mariah. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, he's still having sex with Mariah Reynolds at this point in time.
Is he?
Yep. It was not a one and done thing or a short period of time. Like, Mr. Reynolds extorted money from him because a part of their agreement was basically, you can still sleep with her if you want, but you have to keep paying me to keep my mouth shut. And Hamilton kept paying him. That's why there's multiple checks made in different amounts. Because if he had sex with her, he had to pay her more.
Pamphlet is when he's basically cuts things off.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they don't really make that 100% clear.
Yeah, they don't. They don't in the musical for sure, but in history, it's a that is a thing. It's a thing, man.
Cool. Yeah. So it's one of those things where the song kind of ends with Burr saying we both know what we know, kind of being like, hey,
implication that he's the one that spread the rumor.
Yeah, no,
that
he would if he didn't, because he knows that Hamilton is now basically his blocking point in potentially becoming president for the Federalist Party. And so he's basically
at this point, Burr's not a Federalist; he's a Democratic Republican. He's to ruin Hamilton.
He's a Democratic Republican. But
so Burr,
he's still going to be a wall to get to run for
the room where it happens,
to get to president, regardless. Regardless of party affiliation. He knew that at some point he was going to have to face Hamilton. But now that he knows that Hamilton screwed up on a profound level, he's he basically does a quick tongue in cheek we both know what we know, and if you don't tell anyone, I will, because I'm going to get to the room where it happins.
I'm going to get to the room where it happens, and I'm going to ruin you along the way. This is an important thing to note: is that Jefferson and Madison both said that they swear they wouldn't tell.
Mm-hmm.
And when it gets out about it, fun little side note: Hamilton accuses Madison of releasing the information to the press to the point where Madison denies it, and Hamilton challenges Madison to a duel. The duel is diffused at the last minute by none other than Aaron Burr.
Interesting.
So there's a level of that we didn't even get to in the musical that is very interesting, and also speaks to the vast complications in the relationship between Burr and Hamilton, and the tumultuous problems that they had over the years, being both the closest of friends and also the bitterest of enemies.
Yeah. No, and that part is that's the part that's kind of frustrating. It's back in the Skylar defeated track where he's just like, I thought, I used to consider you a friend. I don't understand why that has to end.
Yep.
And because Hamilton takes everything so personally, and it's just, if they were, part of it is like, when they're both at their at a low point, the other decide the one that's at the low point is just so aggressive towards the other that it just makes this continuous friction between them. And I don't know, I think that's kind of interesting that they they didn't bring this up, because this is kind of the opposite of the situation where it's just
but it doesn't fit the narrative of the play, though.
Yeah, it doesn't fit the narrative of the play, because we're supposed to see, it's an interesting aspect where it's kind of like a JRPG, right? Where Hamilton does have an actual character development, but most JRPGs are, it's there's a main character, and the main character is basically the person that is experiencing all this stuff, while these side characters are the ones that are really growing and developing. But obviously there's growth with Hamilton and stuff like that, but it feels it's called Hamilton, and Hamilton is the main focus, but there are definitely a lot of times throughout the musical where it feels like he's just kind of this placeholder. You know what I mean? He's just he is the set point, but everyone else, the story's happening around him, if that makes sense. Not particularly that it's his narrative. And granted, it's not, because there's Aaron Burr, but even if that wasn't the case, the complete case, I still think that even without the whole narration that we get in the beginning of some songs, how does a bastard, orphan, immigrant, all that stuff, that stuff doesn't that adds to it. But I think that if those parts were not a part of those songs in a way that made sense, it would still feel the same. It would still feel like that Aaron Burr is he's not the villain, despite he doesn't feel like a villain despite the one who kills Hamilton. He is definitely a character that you can very much relate to and understand, while Hamilton, in an aspect, feels more like a hero turned villain. It's just and then Aaron Burr is more kind of this, I don't want to say villain turned hero, because he doesn't feel like a villain really at all.
It's the trajectory of two rivals, and it's not
just
JRPG,
exactly.
It's kind of that's a very popular medium or very popular trope in Japanese media in general, whether it's comics, video games, anime, whatever it might be. There's that is a very typical thing you see from there versus something more that we see in the West.
They just feel like two heroes going in their own story, but
it's because everybody's a hero in their own narrative, and even though Burr's telling Hamilton's narrative, he is still a hero. Burr's still a hero in his own mind. So it's interesting. No, it definitely creates this very interesting thing that happens in the dichotomy between the two of them. But I think for the sake of time alone, dude, we got to move on. And
No problem. No
I
problem.
hate because you're really nailing something here that I love, but I also want to go to bed.
No, I get you. I feel
I
you.
need
I feel
sleep.
you.
I need to
I
eat too.
feel
I haven't
you.
eaten yet. You
Oh
ate
God.
before. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
this
I
will be
ate
like
right
2 hours. We'll be
before.
done. We'll be good.
Oh no. I was like this. I was like ready to saddle up. Like this is the rest of my night. So
Yeah.
I get you.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Let's go ahead. But I do want to like we were ready to move on, and then like we got like into the weeds on that, and like that was fine at the beginning, but we got way too into the weeds to the point where we only covered 8 songs over an hour. So
Okay.
this is where this is
Okay.
where being a host comes into effect, and I hate doing it, but I
No, yeah,
have
this
to.
is okay. This is gonna be quick, short summaries, and we'll
Oh, so
move
yeah,
on.
where do we put we know?
We know I have at. I'm trying to look for it right now.
I have we know at an A
I have it.
tier.
Really?
Yeah, I really like it.
I have it. I have it at C.
Let's split the difference and call it B.
Sure.
I'm okay with that. And audience thought it was a audience mostly thought it was a C as well.
Oh, okay.
Let's give the audience a win on this. It's gonna move down to
Yeah.
C.
C. Yeah. No. One of us ran with them. So.
Yeah, we got
All right.
we gotta err on that. They gotta get some
Her.
wins, otherwise, what is the point of them so doing
Yeah.
it?
So the next
Let's see.
song is Hurricane, right?
Hurricane.
And
Ooh.
and it's basically like Hamilton talking about his upbringing and things like that, and
Mm-hmm.
about living in the Caribbean and how he decided to like basically go um to America and like make something of himself, and then he's just kind of like, oh, analyzing this situation that he's in, and basically like, hey, if I'm going to basically fall, I'm going to fall at my own hands. I'm gonna like or if I'm gonna be if this news is gonna come out, I'm gonna do it myself for better or worse. And that leads to him to writing the Reynolds pamphlet.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a really powerful song. It's one of my favorites in the actual show.
oh
Um,
really?
yeah, I love it. I really love it. You're probably gonna call it a D tier song. I love it. Um, it is a he when he goes over like what he had to do to get to where he is now,
Yeah,
and these sacrifices that were made, not necessarily that he made, but the ones that were made in his lifetime. Whether it was like when he says, "My mother was holding me," she was holding me, and this way that he even though he this is kind of like his self realization that even though he's become this very powerful person, that at his core who he is he's still that bastard boy from the Caribbean whose mother held him while they both were on the verge of death and he survived. That he's still
yeah,
the boy whose cousin who was supposed to raise him committed suicide and left him alone to raise himself in the world. Uh,
yeah,
he is this. He was meant to go to New York to become a doctor to then go back to the Caribbean, but his life took a completely separate turn because of the environment in which he landed in New York, which was during the preemptive years or like the preemptive year or two leading up to the revolution. Like this is very much his life. And it's in this moment of like clarity when he's in the eye of the storm, when he's in the eye of the hurricane, because that's where he is at this point. He's in the eye of the hurricane, and he recognizes that this is the last time he was here. He wrote his way out. He wrote his way out of poverty. He wrote his way out of. He wrote he wrote Eliza to become in love with him, and he says, if I'm going to salvage my legacy, if I'm going to prevent the legacy of the work that I've done in this country, I have to be willing to take the fall for the actual wrongs that I did.
yep,
And so he writes the Reynolds pamphlet. Now, as somebody who's
yep,
read the Reynolds pamphlet, that's not necessarily the narrative of real life of what happened, but for the musical, that's what we were given. And so,
yeah.
judging that only by that, I personally, and I'm interested to hear where you're coming from on it, I give it an A. It's one of my lower A songs, but I still give it an A. How about you? What do you feel?
I do not like this song.
Interesting.
And part of it is like I'm not a big fan of Lin-Manuel Miranda's voice in general. I don't think
Okay.
he's a bad singer. I just don't think it's the type of like voice that I like because he's obviously like a good singer. I just think he has a very specific, unique way of singing. Um,
And this is much more
and
traditional song to be sung.
yeah, and I think that it just it's just a very like I think maybe from like a lyrical perspective, it's a good song, but uh, just like from a as a ballad, just nothing about it. It's just I don't know. It's very mucky to me. It's a very mucky song.
Okay.
And you could say that is like kind of the point because the song is called Hurricane, and it kind of like has that vibe of like everything's kind of like falling apart. Everything's just like it's kind of like
So
a
where do
shit
you
show right
where
now.
where does it land for you? Like where do you put it?
I put it at a D. It's like legitimately like to this day. Hurricane is the one song that I haven't changed my opinion on regarding a song I do not like. It hasn't
Interesting.
gotten better for me. I just not my jam.
20% of the audience agrees with you.
Okay.
20% thinks it's a C. 60% thinks it's an A. However,
Wow. That's
we're
insane to me.
we're the two Cams on this podcast,
Okay.
and our opinion is the one that matter.
Well, I mean, it rides with the no. We've been doing it. We ride with the majority. It's an A song. We rank it
Okay,
at A.
okay,
You
okay.
gotta respect the vote.
Would you be okay if I said we put it at a B instead?
If you think it's an A and the audience like is also a majority, we'll put it at A. I just respect the rules. Respect the rules.
I mean, it's list of like we make the rules.
Ah,
If you feel so strongly that you think it's a D, like it so does not vibe with you, that to me is more of an indicator of like that's a serious weight to it. Even the songs that I don't personally like, I said yeah, Skylar Sisters D. That was a heavy weight on it, but I had like a personal thing about that. But at the same time, I admit that the Skylar Sisters is a banger. It does slap. I don't think that same argument can be made for like you're not going to come around with that argument or rather that resolution from that, and I want to respect that. But also, I think looking at it and what we've put in the A section, I don't think it fits within A. If that makes any sense. I put it
okay.
personally at an A within my list. It's an A
Like
song, but objectively looking at our list, it does not really sit with the rest of these A songs. So I would say let's put it at a B. I think it's a B plus for sure. I think it's a high B, but I also
I
recognize that like it's not to a it's not at a distinction that it would break through to A for the general populace, if that makes
I
sense.
personally think based off the list that we have, it's the lowest on our B tier. But like, I definitely like. I'm not like. I think that the difference between C and D tier aren't too big of a difference. That like
Yeah.
Hurricane I can
No.
see alongside the C songs. So it's one of those things where like B it's fine, but for me it's like just like the lowest of the low
Yeah.
when it comes to the B
It's
tier.
a higher let's be real here. B and C are mid tier. These are mid tier songs. Now, do I personally feel like Hurricane is a high mid tier? Yeah, and you feel like it's definitely a lower mid tier. To the point where you actually remember phrase that you dislike it to the point where it's a D tier. It's your least favorite song.
Yeah, it's
So
definitely one of my least favorite songs. So
in my personal list, I'm putting it at an A. But like, where does it realistically need to sit on our list? And it's going to sit at a B. Like you're giving it a D has weight to that, and I respect that. And from where you're coming from on that, that needs to be represented in this list. That being said, let's move on to the next song, which is
okay.
the Reynolds pamphlet.
So
Where
good. Such a good song.
where did you put the
Uh,
Reynolds pamphlet?
I put it at an A, dog.
You put it at an
I
A.
love like I remember the first time I watched Hamilton, the Reynolds pamphlet went off. I was like first off, I was just like taking off guard because of just how the tone shifted immediately. And it was just like it's a funny yet heartbreaking like really like heartbreaking song because just hey, the situation did not go the way Hamilton expected, and just like how Jefferson's was like, well, he's never gonna be
Be
president
president
now,
now,
never
never
gonna
gonna
be
be
president.
president now,
It's so
never
good,
gonna
and
be
it's just like,
president now, never gonna
oh,
be
it's like,
president
and
now.
he's like reading the Reynolds pamphlet in his own house, in his own house, in his
House in
own
his own
house.
house.
Damn,
Yeah,
it's just like so good.
That Adams introduction of a derm, like
Yeah,
it's
that was
so good.
it's a hilarious song like regarding such a very sad part of the main character, and it's literally just like the fall has officially happened, but like they do it in such a funny, hysterical tone. I
Yeah.
don't know. I love it. I really love the Reynolds pamphlet.
For me, Reynolds Pamphlet is a B tier, but I think with where we're sitting at with like how it's matching up, I do agree because once again, when you go into he's never gonna be president, not never gonna be president, not never gonna
And
be
then King
like that.
George comes in. King
Yeah,
George comes in. It's
reads
so
it
good.
and like the acting in that scene makes it an A tier song. The song itself is a B tier, but the actual like acting in that scene, top tier. Love it.
It's great.
It's a great character actor moment for everybody. And now, so I like everybody in the audience said it was a B. I think it's elevated to C, or elevated to A rather. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's get to the song. The song I least want to talk about, even though is without a doubt like this is the song that always makes me cry.
Really.
It tears me apart.
That's interesting that you say that.
I like it is when she says I'm removing myself from the narrative and like just everything that goes into this song tears me apart. It's such an S tier song. I don't listen to it normally when I listen to the Hamilton soundtrack because it hurts. I know how good it is because it hurts me viscerally on like a very deep level. It tears at me because I can like to love somebody so wholly and for them to put out a pornographic telling of like what like how you've betrayed the very core tenets of your marriage to them and how they like he's doing this to preserve his legacy to the public, but he's destroying his marriage by doing it. And it hurts. It hurts because she loves him so much and he was so engrossed with himself and in his selfishness that he never once stopped to think maybe I shouldn't keep having sex with this woman because if my wife ever found out, it would destroy her. Like this song hurts me so badly, but it's for all the right reasons. So I consider it an S tier. You were very shocked by that. Where do you put it?
Okay, so here's the thing about this song, and it's really hard to say in a short time span because I know that we're trying to wrap things up about this, but for me, I think the song is better like objectively than where I have it ranked. But for me, Burn is a D tier song.
Oh my gosh, I cannot. Oh my gosh.
And here's the reason why I think that, and I feel like a big part of it for me is like we don't really see Eliza a whole lot in the second act. So it's just like one of those things where like I don't really
out of
even
the narrative, man.
I really don't I know. No. Even like leading up to Burn is what I'm saying.
Because she's retroactively when you take yourself out of the narrative, it's a root. It's a root and stem thing. It tears her out of that entire second half, man.
I don't subscribe to that.
That's fine. That's fine.
But it's just one of those things where it's just like, oh yeah, but you've been gone this whole time. Like I don't like what have you even been up to? And like obviously
raising
like,
their 8 children.
I know, but like the amount, it's just one of those things where I definitely think it's heartbreaking. I love Philippa Sue. I love Philippa Sue. For me, it's just I think the big thing that you're kind of talking about is just like her like she definitely loved like Hamilton, and I feel like just based off of what's going on and like everything with Angelica. Granted, the stuff with Angelica isn't historically accurate.
Not at all.
I feel like for the sake of the narrative, it's just like.
I mean, she did raise in letters that maybe her Eliza should share Alexander with her. That did happen, and like her and Alexander were very good friends.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things. Like I very much feel like that Eliza was just kind of one of those people that is what's the right word? I don't want to say compliant. But like
Complicit? You think that she was complicit?
No, she was complicit in like knowing exactly what Hamilton wanted to do, like the type of person that he was, and like the things that he was trying to achieve, in the sense of like, Hamilton is like trying to strive for like greatness, and she was more or less the very nice, kind. Not, I don't want to say trophy wife, because that's not the right term, like phrase, but like she is just like his wife that's supposed to like, not even supposed to, but like at the time of like, I just want to be a wife, kind of like how like Washington just wanted to do this. Like all she wanted was to be Hamilton's wife. Like she didn't really like want to try and achieve for like anything more than that. Like she was just kind of like that general wife of that time, if that makes sense. While like,
Whoa.
in where like Angelica and Hamilton are, and this is based off the show and the narrative. I'm not saying like historically if that's accurate or not. This is the way that they portrayed her, leading up to this point of the show. I know that she does a whole lot of stuff after Hamilton dies. I get that. But I think that like she, she's more or less just being a wife to Hamilton while Hamilton's trying to build a country, and like Angela was definitely
Angelica,
seemed
yeah.
like Angelica, sorry. Angelica seemed like the more like the person that was like supposed to be with Hamilton at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like they were like that they actually felt like that they had like this chemistry, that while Eliza was more like not that, but Angelica like knew that Eliza like loved, like had feelings for Hamilton, so Hamilton, she set things up with Hamilton, and Hamilton like, I just have this like this idea or like this hypothesis that like Hamilton's just like, like she knows what she wants and she knows what I want, and that is a big factor of why I want to marry this woman. Like she is like okay with being my wife as I try and achieve my goals, if that makes sense.
I think that that's
And
like it's an interesting point to make, but I think it really downplays um like it downplays the significance of Eliza. I think that we see a huge amount in the first act.
because here's the thing, I think the entire show is a gift to the real Eliza. That's what I think that Hamilton is. I think Hamilton is literally a gift from Lin-Manuel Miranda about like to the now obviously deceased Eliza, like trying to spread the
Interesting. Okay.
message of Hamilton's story. You know what I mean? But I do think
Sure.
that like in this specific aspect, like I just
I
and
think.
they just explain that they explain like Lin-Manuel, like we don't really know about what how Eliza reacted to this situation, so we had more creative freedom, and so she burned the letters, like blah 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 blah, because they couldn't find those letters, so they just like kind of like use that creative aspect. But I'm just saying that like it's it's sad because like she's just like she never did Hamilton wrong. She was always there for him. And that is sad. That is 100% sad, but just the song in itself just doesn't do a whole lot for me. Um and I especially cuz the lack of Eliza in the second act, like leading up to this point, that she's just kind of, being a mother and a wife, which isn't like an easy thing, but it just, she just wasn't in what was going on with Hamilton.
Well, she wasn't in the room
So
where it happened, but and I think this is I don't mean, sorry to interrupt you.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead and
No, no,
keep
go
going.
ahead. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, keep going.
No,
No,
no, no, no.
I
No,
really
go
want you
ahead.
to
Go
finish
ahead.
your thoughts because I don't want to leap in here and
Yeah,
take over the conversation. I would like you
yeah,
to
yeah,
finish your thoughts.
yeah. I just think that like it's. I think there's like it's important. It's an important song for the narrative, like because she does rule herself out of the narrative. Like, here's the thing, it does come kind of like a little bit. it's a little bit like not true though. Like she is like she's still there. It's kind of like like the song is a little bit like breaking the fourth wall, but then when you see her like so much in the second half of the uh of the second act with Philip and everything, she does feel like she's still there. She does feel present. Like it's just kind of like a mixed bag for me in that sense. And just as a song, it's just one of the weaker ballads for me. But I still like Philippa Sue. I think she's an incredible singer. It just I don't know. It's just a little bit just too low energy. Just even as a ballad, it just doesn't do much for me.
I like obviously I disagree with you entirely. I have it
Yeah,
up on
yeah,
my
sure.
list here. To that note, I would think that I think it's easy to get caught up and swept up in the idea that Hamilton was trying to achieve greatness, but it like doing so I feel ignores that who she committed herself to was Hamilton. And this is a man who she backed. And it's not just like, oh, she was his wife. Marrying Eliza Schuyler brought Hamilton into a place of prominence he otherwise would never have been able to walk into. And he was he was who he was. Like he was a bastard orphan from the Caribbean
Penniless,
whose only backing
penniless,
was,
flying by the seat of his pants. Yeah,
yeah, flying by the seat of his pants, that whole thing. Sure, Angelica has this thing and like maybe she should have been the one to be with him. But at no point in time does like Eliza steps below her quote unquote station to marry Hamilton. She raises him up. She supports him.
yeah.
She
Oh no, I'm
she
not. Yeah,
she
yeah.
writes to Washington asking for Hamilton to have leave so that he can come home and find out that she's pregnant. Or she writes to tell Washington that she's pregnant, and Washington makes his decisions. And that entire thing where he basically like when he finds out she's pregnant and the reality hits like she's my wife and she's going to be the mother of my children, that we see a very significant turn from a very selfish Hamilton to a very selfless Hamilton, somebody who's willing to lead, somebody who wants to create these great things, and later says, I want to create them for my children. Philip, like, I want this, like, this country, we're going to build this country for Philip and for and Theodosia. And in the process, he gets lost in it, and he starts seeking glory for himself. He starts seeking recognition for himself. He makes a decision that will inevitably lead to the death of his son, to the absolute total disgrace of any sense that he is a decent or moral person. That there is any like it irrevocably damages his marriage for years.
Yeah.
And like the reality of the situation is that it like the Reynolds pamphlet, he's like, I'm going to he preserved his legacy as he was not ever accused of embezzling funds. He was not ever accused of engaging in speculation with the marketplace. Like he abided by all the rules, and he secured his legacy as a founding father of this country. But in doing
Sure.
so, he sacrificed and he willingly put on the sacrificial pyre his marriage and his relationship with his children, his reputation as a member of the community. Like it devastated
Yeah.
and for sure prevented anybody and also just ended up hurting his political party so badly. Like him being removed as a possible presidential candidate one day irrevocably handicapped the Federalist Party to the point where its only significant leader was somebody who was so unpopular he wasn't even given a second term as president, John Adams.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh,
he in doing so, and he, I think the idea of like, well, she was his wife, but like, I think that's downplaying the reality of like he went into marrying a Schuyler sister with the intent of what he could gain, and he ends up forgetting what he learned in his marriage, leading up to through his marriage with her, and then decides and like this is the thing. I don't think I love this song because it basically is a very showing telling of and brings up the question of, like, if you were willing to do this to preserve your legacy, if you're willing to do this for yourself, because at the end of the day, you're doing this to preserve something for you, not to preserve something for your family, not to preserve the reputation of your family and your marriage. And while it like seems like, oh well, that was the right answer because we don't look back on him thinking sourly that he was a corrupt politician, he like to it basically proved to Eliza what everybody told her when they were getting married, that he is using you to socially climb. It's validating every bad thing that, like, every negative thing about their relationship to prominence, and Brett brings in the question of that, like, and for her brings up the question, did he ever love her? When you love somebody so wholly like Eliza loves Alexander, did he ever love her? Is her question and her problem. And so she burns, and it's not just she's burning burning the letters. She herself is burning because she doesn't, like, this is a person who is not does not create conflict, is a very, like, passive person, and now she feels like she's been set aflame, like she's on fire, because everything she knows could be a lie. The marriage that she's built her family on, that she's had the man she's had children with, every part of that she loved and cared about and was, like, sustained her life, is like, to her at this point, a lie. And that damage is real. I like when you, like, I think, I don't know if it's like I don't know at this point. I think that I think you have really strong arguments. I think it's an S tier. You think it's a D tier.
And I just want to finish like I think that, like, with a relationship, like, I understand that, like, that there's this, like, idea that, oh, maybe Hamilton, which I think is to a certain degree a valid theory, that, like, Hamilton just kind of used Eliza to get to where he wanted to be. But, like, I don't know, I just feel like you can, I don't know, like, I just personally don't believe, or could ever imagine, unless you're, like, an actual psychopath or a sociopath, which I don't think Hamilton was a sociopath, that you commit to a relationship this long where you truly never, like, loved that person. Like, you never truly, and that's the thing where, like, I can like, I can't say, like, oh, I would know how it feel if I got cheated on or anything like that, or but like, I definitely think, though, that having that kind of extremity of mentality is I don't know, I just like couldn't see. And again, like, I haven't been in this situation, but, like, I just believe from my perspective, right now, that, like, I just couldn't imagine, like, if my fiance, like, we're married, we have kids, she tells me we broke up and she never loved me. I'm just like, there's, like, or I would never have that mentality, and I get that there's different scenarios and things like that, but, like, I can understand, like, kind of like the sense of, like, the world burning around her just in general. Like, I can subscribe to that. I just think that there's just a lot of different ways to interpret this song, and from a narrative standpoint. But I do think, just in general, just, like, as a song I like to listen to, it's definitely, like, near the bottom of the spectrum. And
I mean, I don't like listening to this song. It hurts me. It makes me feel things I don't not like feeling. That being said, I would love to go deeper into this with you.
Because I think we'll keep going. So what did the audience say?
Audience said 60% said it was S tier, 40% said it was A tier. So I'm thinking about, like, get wrecked, son. Like, yeah.
I'm on the wrong side of history, I guess.
You're on the wrong side of history on this one. Here's the thing.
I'm fucking,
like, it's okay.
Aaron Burr on this one.
Yeah, you're Aaron Burr on this one. Here's the thing. It's okay. This is art, and people who have different experiences with art and come up with different not just interpretations, but different conclusions from what they've witnessed and what they've experienced. And the fact that you have it on a D tier says, like, it did not reach you on that level that it's definitely reached other people. But that's okay, because other stuff reached you deeper than it did for me.
Yeah.
But I think that, kind of weighing the difference, it's probably going to end up at B tier.
No, it's cool, but okay. Just put it. Here's the thing. Like, I think that we know that this is one of the songs that, like, if it got to the S tier, it would be one of the songs that would not make it and stay in the top 5 S tier. Leave it at A.
All
Leave it
right.
at A.
All right.
You know,
If you're okay with that.
40% of the audience, 40% of the audience said A. You think it's an S? Leave it at A.
60% of the audience thinks it's an S.
Again, I think objectively, it's like an A song.
Yeah, fair.
But personally, it's like a D song for me because I'm just like I don't want to, I never want to listen, even like, and I think again I just think it's just from just like the movie standpoint, it's like one of my least favorite parts of
Sure.
the show. It's just
Well, she's alone there, and nothing else is happening on stage except for what
and
she's
it's an
doing.
almost 4 minute long ballad.
Yeah, like I
It's
can
so
understand that.
long.
I can understand that, man.
So
Moving on to the next song, which is "Blow Us All Away." It is the introduction of Philip Hamilton, and
yep.
dealing with the ramifications of being like this is one. Like I said, these are like what happens in the next couple songs is a direct result of him choosing to preserve his public legacy over his private legacy, and now we get to see how that unfolds and the trauma and horror that unfolds with it. Blow Us All Away, we
Yeah.
get Hamilton's son Philip, who says the resemblance with his father doesn't end just at their looks, inferring that
He got a big dick.
he got a big dick, and also that he is going to engage in a threesome with 2 women that he just met.
Yep.
After he deals with this guy that has been slandering his father.
He literally flirts with death in this song.
Yes, he does.
Which is a really cool thing. Just like quick fun fact, one of the what dancers, like,
Yeah.
the dancers in the show is literally a she
Personification of
plays the
death.
role, the personification of death. Like whenever there's like power like a bullet stop and she's the one that's stopping the bullet, or the bullet flies over Hamilton, like that type of stuff. And yeah, she's one of the 2 girls. So Philip is literally flirting with death as he's trying to find the dude who's talking shit about Hamilton.
Who will end
And
up being his killer.
they end up dueling, and he end up getting shot, and that's the song. For me, this is one of my least favorite songs in the show overall. Like, both objectively and subjectively, I have it at a D.
I have it at a C. Let's see where the audience has it. Audience has it at a 40% C, 40% A. Don't understand that.
What?
And 20% B.
All right, see it goes.
Yeah, we'll put it at C. It's low C for me. Blow Us All Away. I like. It's a fun song, but it really like it sets up this thing where it's like the following song is incredibly sad, because it's it's a callback to so much of what Eliza and Philip that we like was in the background that ends up becoming to the forefront and retroactively makes everything worse. And emotionally for me anyway. Better as like a work of art, but like for me personally, just devastates me. Burn is the beginning of when I know, okay, it's time for me to just start crying. One Last Time is normally when that starts, but then Burn comes around. It's like, okay, it's time to cry. The tears will be shed. So next up is Stay Alive, the reprise.
Yeah, so this is where Philip is taken to the hospital, and Hamilton's just trying to talk him through the pain and the situation of just being shot and stuff like that. And he says, like, I did everything that you said. Like, I aimed for the sky. I didn't shoot the gun. Like, I didn't do anything bad. And he's like, and then Eliza comes in, and basically, like, he's saying, like, his more or less his goodbyes to her. Like, at least that's the way that I interpreted it. Like, he knew that things were not looking good. He's like, I'm sorry I let you down, like that type of thing. And they do the little piano thing where, because Liza was taught him piano at a young age, and And yeah, it's a very heartbreaking part of the show. It's a very short part. I personally
Where do you got it?
I personally put it at a C.
Hmm.
Just because again, like just like the shortness of it. I honestly would have put it at a D just for the sake, again because it's a short song, but like specifically if you watch the movie, just Philippa Sue's every like performance during that part is just so crushing and sad that like I had to bump it up one.
I'm with you on that. It's actually it cradles between C and B for me.
Sure.
So I feel like it's, and like I will be honest, Stay Alive is the most divisive of any of the ones that I've seen so far.
Yeah.
40% said that it's a B, 20% said that it's an A, 20% said that it's a D, and 20% said that it's a C. It's totally split a lot of different ways. I think it sits in C pretty well,
Cool. Yeah.
pretty comfortably. So next up is
Yeah.
going to be It's Quiet Uptown.
Fuck, man. What
Yeah,
a song. What
when
a
I
song.
when I said I start crying at Burn, it sure doesn't stop with Quiet Uptown. The tears keep coming.
It's it's just so heartbreaking. Because like just from Burn moving forward, like the everything's like about Eliza and Burr at this point. Like
Yep.
Hamilton, like outside of the duel with Burr, for the most part, his his stuff is more or less like you're done. Let the other people like have their time now, and just Hamilton just basically begging uh Eliza to
Just
no
be in their
longer
life.
no longer shut him out, like just like let him be her husband and be supportive till the end of their days, like he should have in the first place.
Yeah.
I don't want this, Philip's death to completely ruin this family like I already almost did.
Hmm.
Things like that. And just like, oh god, and just like the part in
Mm.
the actual show where there's like that small pause, and that's when she grabs his hand and
Hmm.
says it's quiet uptown. It's just like
It's so good.
it's
It's so good.
it's so
God,
good. It's like
God,
in all realities, it's an S tier song. It really is. But
it
like
should be,
for
but
me,
we don't
I
have it
put
at
it
S
at
tier.
I put it at
I
A.
I also put it at A.
Yeah.
It was an S tier, but then you said, hey, why don't we do this? And I was like, okay, well now it's an A tier.
I think
Um,
it's an ob- I think it's an objectively S tier song,
yeah.
but subjectively, like even though I don't like to listen to it a whole lot, just like the music alone, it's just such a good song. Like it's insane to say that it isn't. Like it's so good. It's so good. And like I've even heard the cast say that like they'll be backstage during It's Quiet Uptown that aren't in that part of the show, and they're like crying. They're
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
all just like each time. Like it's not even like everyone like every time they perform it, like David Diggs and
Yeah.
like fucking
Everybody
crying.
cries.
And
Yeah.
yeah, it's so good. Such a great song. It's like heartbreaking, like oh, great.
I think it's important to note, like at this point in time, like it has like the song, like the timeline jumps from Burn forward pretty, like a pretty significant amount of time.
Probably like 10 to 9 or 10 years. Yeah, right.
Let's see. He was so Reynolds' pamphlet happens at the end of his at the end of Washington's era, beginning of the Adams administration. Um, so that would be
Oh, then probably 5 years then.
because it's right before. So this happened, like Philip's death happens right before the election of 1800. So, and Philip was born. So it's this, like it was probably about like minimum I'd say is, oh no, because it's gonna be 4 years because it's the Adams was only president for 4 years,
Yeah.
so it's
Okay.
4 years.
Okay, I didn't know that Philip was that old at that point. That's why I thought he was
Yeah,
still like younger.
Philip was
So
born before the end of the like Revolutionary War.
yeah,
So
yeah.
he's the
Alrighty.
oldest. I will say that Burn or not Burn, sorry, it's Quiet Uptown. Once again, tears keep flowing and they don't stop coming. Um, it's like it's clear in like it's a very clear thing in Blow Us All Away that for the last 4 years Hamilton has been trying to make things better with Eliza.
Yeah,
He is very like he begs Philip, like Philip's like I'm gonna murder this guy, and he begs Philip not to. He begs Philip to just put your pistol up in the sky and shoot. Try to end this dispute as best as you can. Like try to end it, please. Like do not do this. Like your mother can't take this, Philip. Like I've done
yeah,
enough damage. Your mom can't take losing you. Um, and then like it happens, and his death happens, and it devastates her to the point where it's very clear that when he's saying, please open up, please come back, she's probably at this point shut herself off from the family. Like she's very much the way she's walking around, the way that she's moving is very much like she's still in deep mourning of Philip's death. And
yeah,
when he sings about taking the kids to church, he doesn't sing about the two of them taking the kids to church. He sings about him taking the kids to church, which means she isn't going to church.
yeah,
Like this is like, and so him begging her to like, even if you don't open it back up to me, like I'm here for you. Like it is a reciprocation of the love that she gave him that he wasted, not wasted, that he didn't care enough about. That now he's older, he knows better, and he's going to be there to give it to her, even if she never accepts it. And
yeah,
basically reciprocating this undying love and affection that she gave to him for so many years that he took advantage of. And
yeah,
it's a wonderful redemptive moment that shows like he had been trying to come like to keep his family together, and it got to the point now where it's like this is a do or die time for our family. You need to stay here and be a part of this, and it shows. And she grabs his hand in that moment, and forgiveness. Like the entire cast sings forgiveness. Like this is something that it is a grace. Like she is giving him grace. He has not earned it, but he's being given it because that's who Eliza is.
yep. Yeah,
Um,
literally just can you imagine? Can you imagine forgiving someone after like
After all of this,
after all of this, you know?
after your actions, like fully point A to point B led to the death of your son. Can you like how can you imagine forgiving your husband for that? And she did it, which speaks to like her character. Um, but she doesn't insert herself back into the narrative just yet. And now we move on to so Quiet Uptown. We put it at an A. The election of 1800, summarized greatly by "Can we get back to politics, please?"
Please.
Sneeze.
Every
Um,
action has its equal opposite reaction.
reaction.
So good. So
So
good.
good. Such a great
Uh
transition back into the politics.
so yeah, so this song is heartbreaking because this is the fall this begins the fall of Aaron Burr where
Well,
he is going
it's the comeuppance, the sniveling, the backstabbing, it's him getting the consequences of his actions since Skylar defeated. Skylar defeated. The actions that he's taken since then to now have finally caught up to him because he's backstabbed
yeah.
Jefferson by running for president, and he's playing off of this like talk less, smile more, hide what you like, don't say what you stand for. Like this whole thing about Burr and his politics just coming full force. Like you never took a side, and this is what it leads to. It leads to the consequences of his actions
Yeah.
and his inability to handle that. It's at the end of the day, it's on him.
Yeah, yeah. So basically it's Hamilton, in the musical Hamilton is like supposed to be like the tie-breaking vote of who gets to become president, while in reality it was just more like he gave very big influence to those that could vote. And which led to Thomas Jefferson winning, and it was,
Mm-hmm.
and just like that sense of that sense of despair that hits Aaron Burr's face once he says that he votes for Jefferson, and he's just it's like
Burr
the
has none. That's how he
yeah
phrases it. He says
he
Jefferson has
has beliefs, Burr
Burr
has
has
none,
none. That
and
by the way, that's a true like actual thing he said about Burr. And people were like,
wow,
wasn't Burr like your friend? Like, didn't you guys practice law together? And he goes, yeah, that's how I know. Like, Burr
yeah,
from the get-go didn't have a stance that he ever took. He never believed in anything. Jefferson always
yeah,
had a stance and always stood for something, even if I was
it's
so against it.
yeah, and it's one of those things where it's just like, man, like I think in today's America, I wouldn't really attune to what Hamilton did, but I think in probably any sort of America of the before like 9/11, I would say, like just like yeah, I kind of understand where Hamilton's coming from. Like
Yeah.
it's just like
I mean, I
hey,
wouldn't mind if somebody from a very specific party in today's America did something like this, but I digress.
it's like hey, yeah, so what would you actually do as president? If you're not going to do anything, then you shouldn't be president, even if the guy that you're running against is someone that like wants to do things that I don't particularly agree with. Uh and so and like granted there weren't like remotely as big social issues specifically
No, there was
back
massive
then.
foundational issues that,
It
like,
was more foundational
yeah,
issues which I am not going to pretend I'm an expert of, but like knowing that like it was more foundational than social, which again I'm like that's why I was like trying to say like as
yeah.
early as whatever. I probably it's just one of those things where I can't particularly blame like or condemn Hamilton on what he did. Like
Us,
you want someone to get shit done. You don't
yeah.
want someone to just have the position just to have the position.
And you can't
Um,
trust the guy because he's backstabbed you. Sure, he doesn't see it as a backstab, but to Hamilton, he totally, because he took it
Yeah,
personally.
he like threatened him.
Yeah,
He more or less threatened him, like, hey,
yeah.
So
Oh,
yeah,
but on top of that, like, don't forget that in the first term of Jefferson's presidency, Napoleon needs money for his war campaigns, and so he sells the Louisiana Purchase to Jefferson.
yes,
Would Burr have made that same decision? Like, it was a crazy
probably not.
decision. Jefferson got a lot of hate for it at the time, but it ended up becoming like one of the, like, not only is it one of the largest, if not the largest, like, actual transactional purchase of land ever. Granted, let's be real and very clear here. That was Native American, like, that was native land. Native land was a part of that and should not have, because those are sovereign nations and that should have been respected. That being said, largest land purchase of all time, and creates a massive swath of territory for America to go
And grow.
in certain areas settle, and then in other areas invade. So
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, but it does one of those things again where it's just like there are
yeah,
these like kind of like the fall of Hamilton, a funny song, like the election of 1812.
1800,
It has its funny
1800, yeah,
bits like yeah of 1800. Well, I'll be damned.
and well,
Well, I'll be damned. Hamilton's
it's
on
on
your
your
side.
side,
Just like it's just
and you
like
won in a
uh
landslide. Like
yeah,
that
exactly.
line, like the moment people found out Hamilton would back you rather than Burr, everyone flocked to Jefferson, and that's what happened. And then at
Yeah.
the very end, they said, "Well, I look forward to working with you." And he goes, "This guy is nuts. If he thinks after
Oh
backstabbing me,
yeah,
I'm going to work with him." And Madison's
exactly.
like, "Isn't it crazy that the person who like came in second that you ran against ends up becoming your
The
vice
vice
president?"
president.
Well, we can change that. You want to know why? Why? Because I'm the president.
Yeah, exactly.
So good.
It's so good, but yeah,
Oh,
just like
and when you
the
see Hamilton, thank him for me, would you? Like that, just
yeah,
perfect. Just
yeah,
there we go.
it's crazy. And yeah, just again like just Leslie Odom's face when he realizes what Hamilton did is just like
Yeah.
soul crushing.
All right.
Uh
I feel like we're
so
getting into the weeds on
yep,
this. We gotta
yep,
we gotta come down on a
A
ranking.
tier.
A
A
tier,
tier.
A tier. I had it at a. Let me double check here. I had it at a B tier. Let's see what people had it set at. People are more on the side of it's A tier, 40% A tier. 40% says C tier, which I can get if you haven't listened to it recently. Because like it's not like there's like it's a very as far as like events that happen in it, it's much shorter.
Yeah.
But
It is
it
one of
has
the songs that I do like listen to though when I listen when I decide to listen to some Hamilton songs.
So
I
I
do
think
put
we're
on
gonna
the
air
election of
it
1800.
on to A because that's where it's gonna go. Let's see here, election of 1800, and there you go. We now have more A tier songs than any other type of tier song, but that's fine.
Good.
Good. Next up is Your Obedient Servant. This is the tiff between starts off beautifully with Burr
It starts
placing
off dark.
dark,
It starts off dark.
so dark, places blame entirely on Hamilton, and
Yep.
then writes him a vicious letter. In once again, we get back to that cadence that they have at Aaron Burr, sir. We get back to the
Yeah.
cadence that they've had throughout this entire thing, where they're back to their rivalry. They're back to what's happening. Aaron Burr, after losing the presidency, ends up getting basically like changing the reason, like becoming one of the biggest reasons why we can't have the second place person become vice president, because the dude literally tried to overthrow, like start a new country within the United States. Like Burr barely escaped with his neck, much less anything else. Ruined.
Yeah.
And then he tried running for governor of New York, which Hamilton
Yep.
wrote a letter basically saying publicly saying why everybody shouldn't vote for Burr ever, because he's basically calling him a total piece of shit. Don't ever vote for him.
Yeah.
We now get, that's real history. That aside, we get to this point where it's this back and forth of, here's a list of all the grievances that that you've given me. Like, just so petty. Everything gets so petty in this song that they're at such a dark, like Burr's at such a dark place that he's willing to drive it forward, knowing that Hamilton won't back down.
Yeah, it's I really like this song. Like just the part where he's just like I wanted to be in the room where it happened. And then it goes into the record scratching, and then Dear Alexander. It's just it's so good. And just the whole verse of him just writing the letter to him. Like I love I love the vibe of that entire part of the song. And
Where do you place it though? Like, where do you have it sit?
I would have it at A. I
A?
think it's a
Okay.
great song.
I think it's a C. Like, I think it's a C level song.
No
Yeah.
way.
I think it's a C level
It's
song. Like,
so
I think
good.
it's really good. I
So
think it's a
good.
top. I know what. Let me rephrase it. It's CB for me. Like, it's up there with it sits up there with a lot of like really great songs that are. I just don't think crack that A tier. That being said, audience said 60% B tier, 40% A tier. So
Ooh.
like they split, man. They split hard on that 60-40 in my favor. However, here's the thing. I think we should put it in B, if only aesthetically, because I think we have so much in A right now. It's like A is only going to get bigger because we have to drop the lesser S tier down to B.
So
down to A.
looking based on our list, I would say that I'm okay with your obedient servant being at B just regardless. I think that just they're like no, I wanted that. Hey, like I don't know. There's just like certain songs that I think that
Let me ask you a question.
I'm okay.
Hmm?
I'm okay. I'm okay at B. I think it's like because here's the thing: Your Obedient Servant is more or less a transition song, right? It's a transition song, but it's a
great
really
transition
good
song.
one.
It's a really great transition song.
It's not like a whole lot of narrative storytelling for the most part. It's just like, hey, yo, we're gonna duel, but like in a really great way. It's just done in a really great way. I'm okay with it being at B, but I definitely think it's like off of our list, it's on the higher end of the B.
100%, yeah, for sure. I'm with you on that. At the end of the day, it's a transition song for me. That's why.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm cool with that.
Now for another transition song, Best of
The
Wives or
shortest
best,
song.
yeah, the shortest song in the entire production. Best of Wives and Best of Women.
Yeah, I mean, this is more or less just Hamilton, um, like writing, writing a letter or something like that, just in case something goes wrong tomorrow, which
Yeah,
Eliza has no idea of what's going on, and Eliza's just like, come back to bed, and he's like, I just gotta do this really quick, you're the best wife, best woman, I know, um, and I'll meet you in bed, and then it transfers to the day of the duel.
yeah.
And
So,
this is a DRT song.
did you say D tier?
Yeah,
I let me see mine. What did I put it at? I did not put it at.
it's like not. It's more or less not even a song. You know what I mean?
Where in the world did I put Best of Wives and Best of Women? Best of Wives, Best of Women. No, 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 no. Where the heck did I put it on mine? Sorry, I'm looking at my D tier and I see what I'm seeing here. Uh, wait, is it Best of Wives or Best of? Yeah, it's Best of Wives or Best of Women on there. Oh, I have it at C tier. That's a D tier though.
Okay.
And I would say that like response wise from the audience, they said it was a C, but I think it's more of a D tier. It's just so short, you know.
Yeah.
I like it a lot because it's like a very sweet like end to like what we think we're going to see from their relationship, but categorically and like objectively, it is a D tier song because it's not
Yeah.
even it's barely even a song.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so next up we
We
get
need more songs.
yeah, we need more songs. The World Was Wide Enough. This is the
Okay.
duel leading up to it, where essentially encapsulates it finishes Aaron Burr's narrative telling of what's happening and encapsulates his great regret at the end of his life. He would often introduce himself as like whenever he brought up Alexander Hamilton, he's like, "Yes, well, my dear friend Alexander Hamilton, who I murdered." Like very messed, like weird dude. But like this is very much like he himself saw this as a tragedy, realized the world was wide enough for both of them, and they got caught up in a moment. Um, where it like he basically gives every reason why you should believe he did not want to actually murder Alexander Hamilton, but he
Yep.
murdered Alexander Hamilton. Uh, where do you put it?
Um, I put it at B.
Mm-hmm. I actually put it at D.
Really?
I don't think that was correct of me to do that. I don't agree with that actually. This is one of those weird moments where like I'm like I look at what decision I made, but let me check my original list. Yeah, my original list I did not have it at D. I had it at C.
Okay.
So you had it at B, right? You said.
Yeah, because it was just like it's kind of like it's the reversing point of these two characters, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole show, like we know, uh, we think that like the end of like Burr ending the losing the election was like the end of him like trying to
Nope.
be like Hamilton, but it's not. It's the opposite, and it's just like
So it is
it,
going
he,
B
he
tier because the audience was greatly in favor of that. 40% said B tier. Uh, it was either so. This is the thing. 20% said S, 20% said A, 40% said B, 20% said C. It's
okay.
definitely way more in your favor,
Okay,
so I'm on
actually,
that one.
the more I think about this, I want to put it in A.
You want to put it in A?
Yeah, because you just gotta think about it. It's like the opposite of this culmination of characters. Hamilton is just like, I am content where I am right now in life. I don't want to lose what I already have. Aaron Burr didn't want it to do in the beginning. Like I know what I want in life now. I know that I've have everything that I want. And then, but Aaron Burr's just like, no, like you need to die. And instead of taking his shot, Hamilton throws away his shot. Like he does the exact opposite of what my shot stands for. It's literally just looking at the opposite side of a mirror, and it's really powerful in that sense, from a metaphorical standpoint. That I think that I personally think it's A. Just more for the meaning behind the words and the actions of what happens in that song.
I gotta put it strongly at a B, man. Like I don't see it cracking A. I understand why you're saying that, and honestly, at this point, like for all intents and purposes, we've been recording for several hours. We're over 4 hours in recording.
Yeah, go
I,
if you want to. If you're at B, I'm cool with B.
okay,
I'm cool with B.
we'll put it at B.
We don't have to fight for that
We
one.
don't
We
have
don't
to
have to
fight.
fight for that one.
We're gonna have to fight for S tier when we're
But I
done
think
with
that
this.
song is,
So
yeah, I do think that song is really important.
it's greatly important. I agree.
Yeah.
Next up is the final number of the show. It is Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Your Story.
Yeah, I think from
there are
go ahead.
countless words I could say about this song. It's one of my favorite songs of the show. It tears me up all the time, especially when he talks about seeing his fellows on the other side, but then he says, like, I can see my mother on the other side, which harkens back to like the big Hamilton numbers, Hurricane, uh, you know, not big Hamilton numbers, rather than it's just like these big moments in his life when it's like Hurricane was one of these moments where he looked back at his life previously and he made a decision, and he's reflecting on it. This is the culmination of all these decisions coming to a full frontward.
Sure.
And is in my opinion, a perfect culmination. It is a long number, extremely long, covers from here to the end of the show, and it's phenomenal at what it does. That being said, it's extremely long, very powerful.
I
But
think all that happened in the world was wide enough.
No.
Who Lives, Who Dies is with Washington, is after Hamilton dies.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Shoot. Okay. First off, we're going to be moving The World Is Wide Enough up to A.
Okay, that's why
That's
I'm
happening.
saying, like,
that's happening.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
like we're moving that up to A, and I'm going to say Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Your Story is also an A. Where do you put it?
I had it at B, but I'm okay with it being an A.
Okay. Listen, this is a heavy A stack tier list. We're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean Hamilton is, remember, it's Hamilton. Of
It's
course,
Hamilton.
like we knew most of these songs were going to be an A. Like, let's be
Listen,
real here.
Farmer Refuted, Meet Me Inside, Take a Break, Skylar Defeated, and The Addams Administration, and Best of Wives and Best of Women. Top tier songs, S tier songs in any other musical, really. Very few musicals would it not qualify for S tier, because it's that damn good. That being said, this is Hamilton.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and let's get to it. Cameron, we have in S tier My Shot, The Schuyler Sisters, You'll Be Back, Satisfied, Wait for It, Guns and Ships, Nonstop, One Last Time.
Okay. I will already say that, like, we already said, I made a deal. Schuyler Sisters can go to A. It's done. That was a part of the deal. We're good.
By that same deal, that same deal, I believe Guns and Ships also goes down to A.
Okay, good. I was like, that being said, Guns and Ships is next to go. Okay, so we have one more song to get rid of. In my opinion, I'm going to say it again, I think it should be My Shot. I think My Shot is good at A. I think it is a very repetitive song. I think it goes on for too long. I don't feel that way about, like, One Last Time feels like a long song, but all of it feels necessary. Nonstop is a very long song. I think the longest song in the entire show. All of it feels necessary. And I genuinely love all those songs more.
All right, we're gonna have to talk about this elephant in the room, this King George-sized elephant in the room.
No fucking way. No fucking way. No. There's no way. There's no way You'll Be Back is going down below My Shot. No way.
Okay.
No way.
Okay.
If you're like 100% like we're not moving My Shot, then I think just from an objective standpoint, because I think we've gotten to this point, we have to put Nonstop at A.
Okay.
But I still think Nonstop is way better than My Shot.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm okay with
this
list. Not in ranked order for those viewing, but just in tier order.
In tier order, yeah. This is not ranked. We did not rank the tiers. We're not going to be here for another several hours. I don't want to. Yeah, that is getting into like the nuance of a fight that I do not have the courage or strength to like get into.
Yeah, not at 10:30/11:30 at night for us.
Yeah, I still need to eat. I haven't eaten
Yeah,
all day. um, so
but
S
yeah,
tier, my shot. You'll be back, satisfied. Wait for it, one last time. A tier, right hand man, helpless. History has its eyes on you. Actually, I should bring up the actual like. I had it on us rather than on the actual like card. History has its eyes on you. Yorktown. What comes next? Dear Theodosia, what did I miss? The room where it happens. The Reynolds pamphlet. Burn. It's quiet uptown. The election of 1800. The world was wide enough. Who lives, who dies, who tells your story? The Schuyler sisters, guns and ships, and nonstop. That is a murderer's row of A tier.
yeah,
B. Alexander Hamilton. Aaron Burser. The Story of Tonight, reprise. The Ten Dual Commandments. Cabinet Battle Number 1. Say No to This. Washington on Your Side. I Know Him. Hurricane. Your Obedient Servant. C tier. Tomorrow There'll Be More of Us. A Winter's Ball. Stay Alive. The World Would Be Enough. Cabinet Battle Number 2. We Know. Blow Us All Away. Stay Alive reprise. And D tier, Farmer Refuted, Meet Me Inside, Take a Break, Schuyler Defeated, The Adams Administration, and Best of Wives and Best of Women. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the definitive list of tier ranking for. I mean, it's the only tier ranking list you need to know about this musical. In the time that if you have reached this point of the podcast, you could have watched the musical Hamilton on Disney Plus already.
almost 1.5 times.
Yeah, 1.5 times at this point. I'm not ashamed of it. We went deep. We went real
Yeah,
deep. We could have gone deeper.
yeah,
Uh,
100%.
like this is we did this on a Wednesday. We did this on a Wednesday.
Yeah,
So yeah, like this is where we're at, folks. This is a Cam on Cam podcast, marathon podcast that we did here. We got it nailed down. We have a perfect tier list. Objectively, an objective tier list, because it's not our own personal tier lists, which are very different. But
yep,
objectively, you can look at this list and say, you know what? I stand by that.
yeah. No, yeah. Again, like, there's very few songs on here right now where I'm just like, man, I can't believe that's in this tier, but it is what it is, you know. But
Yeah,
most, you know, again, like the vast majority, like 95% of this, I'm just like, yeah, I'm cool with this.
Sam. Big Sam on that one, man. But let's go ahead and wrap things up finally.
Yeah,
Um, Cam, you are one of my favorite human beings on this planet. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you on this podcast. It's always a wonderful time talking with you and speaking with you whenever we get the chance to. But I want to give this moment, 4.5 hours into this podcast. Where can people find you? Like, where are you at? What's going on, man?
yeah. You can find me on Twitter at CamFinalMix. I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/CamFinalMix. Normally, Tuesday through Fridays, 1 to 5 p.m. Pacific time. And I'm currently a host on IGN's podcast Unlocked, which is the Xbox podcast over at IGN and the number one Xbox podcast in the world.
I think I've already congratulated you publicly. Like I tweeted at you that hey, congratulations. But seriously, dude,
You probably
congratulations.
you probably did, but so many people did. It
Yeah,
was just more
it's a
or less
delusion.
like, oh, yeah,
It,
I just did a general tweet like, thanks everybody.
Yep, totally fine. I know for a fact that I definitely did, but I also do not expect you to remember that I did because everybody was definitely tweeting at you, congratulating you. I mean, this is
I
huge for you.
appreciate it.
You definitely
Yeah,
deserve it.
thank
You're
you.
an awesome host. But for me, you can find me at Rev Cabot on Twitter. This is That Nerdy Sites podcast, That Conversational Podcast. It is an irregular podcast that we put out for your delight and pleasure. If you want to make this a more regular thing, please go ahead and check our Patreon out at patreon.com/thatnerdysite. Um, you know, you can toss us a buck there. That helps out a lot. And yeah, like that's pretty much it. Trying to think if there's anything else that I'm supposed to say. I had a better handle of this 4 hours ago. about what else I needed. No, nothing else. I'm good. I'm good. Looking over my notes here, I'm good. So that being said, I want to once again thank you, Cam. Thank you, everybody, for listening / watching. And stay good and stay nerdy and be good to each other. That's what Trevor says.